Good morning. Welcome everyone. We've had a lot of travel happen since we've all been together, so everyone welcome back. I'm glad you're all here safe. I'm going to call the meeting to order this morning at 9:03 and move to Trustee Hodges for our land acknowledgement this morning.
Oki, welcome to our division office located on the traditional land and territory of the Nisitsippi, Piikani, Kainai, and Siksika, the Blackfoot people, within the Treaty 7 region of southern Alberta.
Thank you, Trustee Hodges, and we'll now stand for the singing of O Canada. Okay, thank you. That was West Meadows Elementary singing for us there. So thank you very much. We'll move on to the consent agenda. The recommendation is that the May 29th, 2023 consent agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as presented or amended. Can I get someone to make that motion? Trustee Yegas? Okay. Any changes or anything need pulled? Seeing none, all in favor? Perfect. That's passed. Emergent changes to the agenda. The recommendation that the May 29th, 2023 regular board meeting agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as presented or amended. Trustee Hodges making that motion. And is there any emergent changes at this time? Okay, seeing none, all in favor? That's passed. Okay, and item D, declaration of conflict of interests. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees declare if they have any conflict of interest related to agenda items from the May 29th, 2023 board meeting, and if so, declare them now. Seeing none, we will then move in camera. The Board of Trustees go in camera at 9:07. Can I get someone to make that motion? Trustee Long? Perfect. And we will move in camera at this time. As long as everyone's in favor. Is everyone in favor? Is there all those in favor of moving in camera at 9:07? Thank you. Now we'll move in camera. Okay. Okay, thank you. So we are calling this meeting back to order at 10:13, and we are moving on to our action items. So we are going to action item F1, separation of honorarium, professional development, and external committees. This is being brought forward by Trustee Gimber in response to the notice of motion on April 24th, 2023, made by Trustee Gimber. For the purpose of this motion, external committees refers to any committee a trustee is a member of and attends meetings that are not paid by the board, but instead receives remuneration from them. Policy 8.6.1 specifies, quote, trustees will receive remuneration in the form of honorarium and expenses when involved in eligible activities of the board, end quote. The remuneration comprises base honorarium and per diem honorarium. There is no mention of how remuneration for or from external committees should be calculated, nor how they are paid or recorded. For example, this process for recording time spent at an external committee meeting, consider when the payment is made by LRSD to LRSD and they receive a check. Clear direction in policy should answer, how does the trustee claim the remuneration? Is the check handed over to the trustee? Does LRSD deposit the check to their bank account and a check is issued to the trustee? Is there any record of the trustee having attended the meeting? Transparency is of utmost importance. At the April 24th, 2023 regular board meeting, the board voted in favor of creating a policy to, among other things, deal with professional development, remuneration, detail how professional development remuneration is to be calculated, paid, and recorded. In the spirit of transparency and keeping these sections separate from the budget, external committees should also be held separate. A policy should be created to address these questions. Therefore, the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees direct Policy Committee to create a policy for external committees. It will include how meetings and time spent on the external committee is reimbursed in terms of the calculation, payment, and record keeping. That's being moved by Trustee Gimber, and I'll turn it over to her to speak to.
Thank you. I really made an effort to detail all of the information and all the background in the write-up itself, so I don't really have anything to add with the exception of reiterating how our policies need some amendments made to them and some clarity in them, and this would help with that clarity.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber. We'll open it up to questions for Trustee Gimber at this time. Trustee Yegus?
Excuse me. When we're talking about remuneration for external committees, every external committee that we go to, we're either invited to go to it or it's part of the ASBA, which is an external committee also on that section 10, it's policy 10, I think. Yes, policy 10. So when you go to an external committee, you put down the hours, just like we do for anything else, and that's per diem, because we are voted in to represent on that committee. We're voted in, so you get your hours that you attend, plus your mileage, and whatever other expenses there are as per the policy. So I'm afraid I do not understand what the problem is with this, because we don't have checks for one thing, and I don't understand why there is an issue with this remuneration.
Thank you, Trustee Yegus. Go ahead, Trustee Gimber. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Trustee Toon. Thank you.
Thank you. appreciate Trustee Gimmer going forward, bringing this forward. I know there are some issues, and I'm not going to highlight all of them, but one in particular that I know has affected myself, especially this past year, is I sit on Rural Caucus Executive, and while it's not an external committee of the board gets reimbursed for that. So let's say on my claim sheet, I say I attended a Rural Caucus meeting, which the majority are virtual, so the costs are low. But I claim that, which the board will get reimbursed for, and then I attend a school council meeting that night. So I put them in separate lines so that they can be tracked. Well, there's no direction to administration to keep that separate, it becomes combined. And so the board is getting, let's say I did an hour meeting and an hour meeting, the board gets reimbursed for my half-day rate at the ASBA rate, which they get paid, and I'm getting reimbursed for a 2-hour meeting. So I track it separately for accounting purposes, but administration currently doesn't have any instruction to treat that separately or any other external committee. So I think there's some work that needs to be done here to clarify some of these situations. It can be different. Like let's say ASBA, their zone switched to reimbursement to the board because everybody does different rates at some of these things. Or one of the other committees, if there was a reimbursement where the money goes to the board, there should be some direction on how and what we claim for, and if those are different amounts. Currently, there isn't anything to allow administration guidance on this. It's left up to interpretation, and we know that that can provide some challenges.
Absolutely, thank you. Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
I'll provide a little bit more background with regards to the checks piece. I wrote a lot of this based on my experience on the Second Languages Committee with Zone 6. So for them, I never claimed anything through LRSD because they paid the half-day rate directly to me via check. So there was no record at all on our books that I attended these.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber. Trustee Yegus?
I do acknowledge the fact about rural committee, rural caucus, because when I sat on it, it worked the same thing. So I guess one of the things we are going to have to do is put rural caucus onto the, in some way. In terms of the other committee that was mentioned by Trustee Gimber, is that at no time, we never knew, or policy, the board never knew, and I'm talking about policy, about the payment or anything else, because in the past it wasn't any kind of reimbursement. We did it. When I was on that committee, it was a volunteer committee. So I guess we're going to have to put something into the policy then in terms of these other external committees that are, because obviously there are some coming up in terms of how they're going to be reimbursed. As I said, I guess we never realized that there was an issue with this because just the way it was paid in the past. And I guess the only thing is now we talk about maybe the knowledge of somebody of what is being done. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Trustee Yegus. Is there any other questions at this time for Trustee Gimber? Or anyone else? Go ahead.
Yeah. This is outlined very well, and so I just feel that I think when it goes back to policy, if this is passed or what, I think policy needs to then have a discussion and make sure that what's reflected in here may not be exactly what is going to go into policy, but I feel like there's enough room in this motion that policy should be able to address the external committees is what more this is made for. So I think it's a good policy. I think that we always should be transparent. And so I just feel that this allows policy committee to then go back and wordsmith a few things and do a direct policy and make it clear so everyone can understand how things are done.
Thanks, Trustee Hodges. Is there any other questions? Go ahead, Trustee Yegus.
And I guess the other thing is that if somebody is working on an external committee, like through the ASBA and that, it should be known, I mean, if they're getting paid or how they're getting paid, because sometimes this is difficult. I mean, how do we know? I mean, we know with rural caucus, but through other committees or anything else, is that we have to be informed so that we can make and put it in policy or something. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Perry.
Just one other piece of information that the policy committee may want to take into account is the timing of the reimbursement. So when the jurisdiction gets reimbursed and how that impacts what they put in the policy. So meaning that we don't always have the information as to what level of reimbursement is coming until we get reimbursed, right? Which may be later than when the claim is being made. So just other information to take into consideration.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions around this motion? Trustee Kimber, did you want to close on it?
No, I think everything's been said at this point, so thank you.
Thank you. So the recommendation that we'll be voting on now is that the Board of Trustees directs the Policy Committee to create a policy for external committees. It will include how meetings and time spent on an external committee is reimbursed in terms of the calculation, payment, and record keeping. All of those in favor of this motion? That is passed. Thank you. I'm also going to ask that we consider something out of order. When we came out of camera, I wanted to add a motion arising from business in camera. Is everyone okay with that? So if we suspend the rules and add a motion now, I'm asking if you are okay voting in favor of that. So all those in favor of suspending the rules and allowing motion. Okay, thank you. That's passed. And Nikki, do you have the motion that I sent you? Okay, so perfect. I make the recommendation that we add a motion around the Alberta Teaching Profession Committee or commissions and a resolution committee being formed. And we would add that as item F11. All those in favor? Can't remember if we need to vote on adding it to the agenda. Okay, we'll add that as F11. Thank you guys so much, and sorry about that. Okay, thanks, Nikki. So we will move back to our regular schedule. F2, unused professional development allocation. This is being brought forward by Trustee Gimber. In response to the notice of motion on April 24th, 2023, made by Trustee Gimber, with the resignation of a trustee from Ward 1, there are PD dollars that have been allocated from the budget but will not be used. Trustee Toon and Trustee Gimber have been responsible for the ward and assume communications and representation in the area of the ward. For the majority of the 2022-2023 school year, there have been an increase in responsibility, and with that increase in responsibility, there should be a coinciding increase in professional development dollar allocation. It is for this reason that the professional development dollars remaining in the 2022-2023 budget that were allocated to the departing trustee should be divided equally among the remaining ward members. They may be able to use those funds to cover additional professional development costs to help manage the expectation in the ward. The board's recommendation is to equally divide the $2,980.76 from the former Ward 1 trustees' professional development budget and apply it to Trustee Toon and Trustee Gimber's 2022-2023 professional development budget. Moved by Trustee Gimber. I will recuse myself as chair for this one. Is there another trustee who would like to chair, or should we turn it to Trustee Perry? I mean, Mr. Perry. Okay, seeing none, I'll send it to Mr. Perry and leave it there.
Okay. So Chair Poitras has gone through it. I think it's moved by Trustee Gimber. Would you like to speak to it?
Yes, please. So again, I did try and put as much information into the write-up. There is a lot of extra responsibility that has been placed on the remaining ward members. I have personally attended a course that is giving me a lot of information about ways to handle conflict management. It will provide ways to assess situations, and it's a great course, actually. ASBA has put it on, and I think that it is something that the things that I've learned from that can be used in our situations with Nanton and other places as well. The PD dollars that are left over from the departed trustee are not going to be used anywhere else right now. As it stands, they're just going to sit there in the budget unused. And I think that because they are going to expire, basically, they need to be used somewhere. This is a good place to use them. It's important for trustees to use the PD budget that has been allocated to all of us. That's it. That's all I'm going to say for now.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Gimber. Are there any comments or questions, Trustee Hodges? We'll work our way down this way.
Thank you. I thought a lot about this when I looked at the agenda. I feel that all the time spent in Ward 1 with the trustees there, they are compensated for everything that they do. I realize that it's been a lot more with one trustee gone, but I don't feel dividing the PD budget amongst two trustees is going to make any difference in how they are handling the ward and the meetings that they attend. In the way that we have structured our remuneration now, going forward in year 3, everybody's PD dollars will go down more in this third year. And I think with a new trustee coming on, and everyone has always said when a new trustee comes on, they need more PD, they need more dollars. So that's why in year 1, there's more PD dollars offered for them. I think that the money that is left over from the PD dollars that are unspent under the trustees' PD should be put towards a new trustee joining the board. I think that it would be better served that way. Lots of trustees have taken that ASBA course and have used their PD dollars to do that course, and have chosen to do it that way. Some of us did not do the course and have just decided to do their PD dollars a different way. So I don't feel that it's equally divided between two trustees is fair. So I'm just going to leave it at that.
Thank you, Trustee Hodges. Trustee Poitras?
Thank you. Yeah, I also gave this a lot of thought, and this is our first term with changes to the remuneration happening for professional development over 4 years, and getting decreasingly smaller. And so with that in mind, and knowing we have a new trustee, I would make an amendment that the board recommendation is to set aside the $2,980.76 for the future Ward 1 trustee professional development budget.
Point of information. Is that consistent with the current motion that is on the floor?
Does it change it too much?
I think it's a change in the intent of the original motion.
Okay,
So I think a new motion could be brought forward, but I think we have
but
to
it
deal
can't be
with
amended
the
to that.
original motion.
Okay,
Okay,
perfect.
thanks. So Trustee Long.
Thank you. I would remind the board that back in 221, when we had 2 new trustees, both those trustees spoke to their opinion that they should have more PD funds than the incumbent trustees because they needed to have more PD in order to come on board. And now, 2 years later, we're reversing that and taking money away from the first year trustee. It doesn't make any sense whatever. We had that conversation. Also, I would, secondly, if the money was to be divided, there absolutely isn't any reason why it would go to 2 trustees only. We're not trustees for just a ward. We are a corporate group. We represent all of the Livingstone Range School Division. And if there was to be any division of this money, it would be divided equally amongst each trustee. However, I would speak again that I'm against that. I'm totally for this going to our new trustee in the fall.
Thank you, Trustee Long. Trustee Toon.
Thank you. Appreciate Trustee Gimmer bringing this forward. I have had a lot of thought into this matter, and I totally disagree with the comments that this money is set aside for future trustees. There's money in the budget for future trustees. We did that when we planned the staging of moving additional dollars forward. So to say that this dollars should go to that, you could make a motion, but before Trustee Gimber made this motion, no one else had any discussion of doing anything with those dollars. Those dollars just would have expired. They wouldn't have rolled over into another pot of dollars to be used for future trustees. And I don't think that there's the assumption that the new trustee would automatically get those dollars, because that's just false. That wouldn't have happened unless somebody makes a motion. It's in policy that the trustee dollars don't expire. Appreciate the additional work that I know my colleague has done with the vacancy in Ward 1. It hasn't been easy. There's been a lot of things to do, and this isn't about one course or one thing attending. I think it's an acknowledgement of preparation for coming in trustee and making sure that we're doing the best we can with those dollars, making sure they get spent during this budget calendar year that they were budgeted for. So I don't see that this is something that has to be looked at as we're taking dollars away, because before Trustee Gimber brought this forward, there was no other plan or use for these dollars, and no discussion of the possibility of that. So I appreciate her bringing this forward.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Is there any further comments, questions? Oh, yes, sorry. Trustee Long.
Yeah, I also appreciate the fact that Trustee Gimber has brought this forward, because otherwise there wouldn't have been any discussion about it. As far as the never being a recommendation for a new trustee to get it, it's a simple matter. If this is defeated, for someone to bring forward a recommendation in the future, that the new trustee coming on board in the fall would get this money.
Thank you, Trustee Long. Yeah, Trustee Gimber.
I would like to remind Trustee Long that I was one of those trustees that was in the situation of not having the additional funds at the beginning of my term 2 years ago. And coming into this year, I had a reduced amount of professional development funds because of the way it was structured before. So I just wanted to correct you on that.
Trustee Yegas.
I also want to thank Trustee Gimber for bringing this forward, but I also would like to mention that there are not that many professional development activities happening between now and the end of when they're the end of August. And I also agree with what Trustee Long said about we got to watch that we are not looking at this as wards. We are a corporate entity, and we have to look at this as all being one, rather than trying to separate it, which I'm finding is happening more and more, trying to separate this out as wards. I agree that, you know, that there is some issues around the amount of money getting done by PD, but as a trustee, I guess you have to make up your mind what you want to do. So I am not for this.
Thank you, Trustee Yegas. Trustee Poitras.
Just for clarity with what Trustee Yegas said, not clarity from you, but from the mover. So if these dollars are, if this passes, then these dollars, if not used by the end of the year, is it the intent that they could be rolled over to the following year? As from my understanding, that's our policy currently is you have more in year 1, less in year 2, less in year 3, and a minimal amount in year 4, but you can roll over any unused dollars so that you do have more in year 4. So would the intent of this motion be that if these dollars are unused in this budget period, that like all other PD dollars, they could be rolled over? Just for my clarity.
Trustee Kimber, do you want to respond to that question? What the intent was?
The intent was to use them this year. That's the whole point of this, is to use the PD dollars that were allocated to all of the trustees in full this year. So whether that's between the two of us in Ward 1 or whether it's divided equally among the remaining trustees that are here for this year, I believe it should be used this year.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Kimber. Okay, any further questions or comments? Yeah, Trustee Toon.
Again, great discussion. Appreciate all the thoughts shared. I think part of this too is a recognition that there's some that are significantly using the dollars that are there and others that aren't. And I think in the future we need to have a discussion on how we roll things over and how we adjust for that. If a trustee is not accessing those dollars, how do we make sure that it goes forward, that those can be used in the time that they were budgeted for? If we wait to the end and say, well, we had all these extra dollars, they just evaporate, we don't have the opportunity to use them. I don't think that's the intent of what the board put that in to budget for, and whether it's helping the trustees to make sure that they're attending things and using that, or supporting other trustees that have the ability to access those. I think those are all discussions we need to have.
Point of
Trustee
information.
Toon. Yes.
There was a question posed by Trustee Poitras that asked if we can move this over. And I would like to point this question maybe to the Secretary, Treasurer, so that he could, Business Administration, so that he could answer this.
So I would anticipate, just based on the current policy, that dollars that are remaining for any individual trustee can be carried up to the level that's within the policy. So I would make the assumption that if dollars were allocated back to individual trustees, that they would become their PD dollars, and if they're available, then they would be carried forward. That's the interpretation that I would take, unless the board had any other direction. But okay, Trustee Poitras, did you have a comment?
I did, yeah. I appreciate the motion. One reason I'm having a hard time with it is because when we talk about a budget, we talk about our 2022-2023 school year budget. That's kind of what we talk about, and we're talking about that right now. However, when we made our changes to the professional development, we moved away from having a set amount that you should be using every single year. You start with an excessive amount in year one in case you need it as a new trustee. But if you're a recumbent trustee, you may continue using, in my mind, I'm still going to divide it equally over the 4 years, and we have the ability to do that. So when you're talking about these dollars are allocated to be used for professional development in this budget, that's not necessarily true because these are year two PD dollars over a 4-year period for a trustee, and they will have a decreased amount in the next 2 years that if this trustee was still here, they may have been saving these $3,000 because they want to go to CSBA if it was happening it is going to happen, right, in 2 years, in 2020, whatever, in Nova Scotia or whatever. You could plan to do that. So I understand using 2022 to 2023 budgeted dollars for that time, but we do not allocate PD dollars in a way where it is allocated on a yearly basis to be used or they go nowhere. I understand that we'll have a new trustee and these dollars would not roll over to that new trustee without a motion, which could happen, but these dollars were not allocated to be used in the 2022-2023 year or they disappear. They only would be disappearing or not going to use because we don't currently have this trustee. So that's why I'm having a little bit of a hard time with it, because I agree with using what we've budgeted in each year, but this is budgeted over 4 years to be flexible in when and where those dollars are used. So that's why I kind of can't get behind this.
Thank you, Trustee Poitras. Any final comments or questions? If not, we'll let Trustee Gimber close. Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
Thank you. I still stand behind the dollars that were allocated. They would have been used by that trustee in this year, so they should be used by somebody on this board this year. I appreciate Trustee Toon's support of this, and I'm hoping that somebody, I guess, will make a motion so that these are used.
Okay, with that, closing remarks, we will call the question. So the recommendation is that the board equally divide the $2,980.76 from the former Ward 1 trustee professional development budget and apply it to Trustee Toon and Trustee Gimber's 2022-23 professional development budget. All in favor? All opposed? That motion is defeated. I will turn the chair back to Trustee Poitras.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Okay. Go ahead, Trustee Hodges.
Can I make a motion?
You can make a motion arising from business.
I'd like to make a motion that the $2,980.76 be held over for the new trustee that could be joining the board.
Okay, so we'll just give Nikki a minute. Hold over for the maybe newly elected
Yeah, newly elected, thank you.
Ward 1. Yeah,
For PD.
Yeah, newly elected Ward 1 trustee, and then we'll go back and add. And maybe put the PD dollars. Professional, yeah, dollars be held over. Perfect. Sorry, I didn't mean to clear my throat in there, sorry about that. Trustee Hodges, does that align with what?
I think that covers it.
Okay.
I don't know if there's anybody else that feels anything else needs to be added, but I feel like that does it. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor coming from Trustee Hodges, and the motion reads, well, the recommendation is that the board okay. Go ahead, Trustee Toon.
Yeah, I appreciate the intent of the motion, But I think there should be some language in there that says that the trustee starts on year one of the the 4-year cycle, so they're not starting in year 3 with the rest of us, that they start in year 1. So these dollars can roll over, but they don't start with $2,980. They start with the full complement that a year 1 trustee would start with, that these dollars go to help facilitate that, so that they would have a year 1 budget and a year 2 budget and have the same in policy, the same rollover.
Okay.
So I would appreciate help with the language, but that they would start on year 1
Okay.
of the 4-year PD cycle.
Thanks, Trustee Toon. So Trustee Hodges, you're making this motion. Do you want that to be included in the motion, or is that changing the intent of the motion?
No, I appreciate Trustee Toon bringing that forward. I think that that's a great point, that a new trustee needs every available dollar that they can to catch them up to speed. And so I don't feel like that changes it too much. I think that adding to it just complements it. So thank you.
So that the Board of Trustees approve the 2009-80-76 PD dollars be held over for the newly elected Ward 1 trustee, and that the Ward 1 trustee, and that the Ward 1 trustee also start in year 1 of the PD budget cycle. Is that right?
I would maybe take out the word also, that the trustee start with it, because then that might be the intent, that they get
Cycle.
this entire amount plus a year 1 full complement, where I don't think that's the intent. That this is to provide those dollars so they can start with year 1, so they're not starting in year 3 with the rest of us.
Sorry, just one sec, Greg. We need to let Nikki. Trustee Hodges, does that look right?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Trustee Toon.
I would just say maybe add for the remaining 2 years of the election cycle, just so that they don't carry over some weird number if they stay on for and get reelected, and then they're on year 3 when we're on when the rest of the board's on year 1. So it's just the intent is for the next 2 years.
Perfect. Yes, thank you, Trustee Toon.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Perry.
I just think you need to identify where the $2,980 came from, so that the Board of Trustees approve that the $2,980 remaining from the vacant, or from the resigning trustee be held over for the newly elected. Yeah, just so the 290 has some context around it.
Okay, so the motion on the floor being made by Trustee Hodges reads that the Board of Trustees approve that the 298076 PD dollars remaining from the resigned trustee be held over for the newly elected Ward 1 trustee, and that the Ward 1 trustees start in year 1 of the PD budget cycle for the remaining 2 years. Trustee Hodges, did you want to speak to that?
No, I think it's pretty self-explanatory, so I'll just leave it at the motion.
Go ahead, Trustee Long.
So, Trustee Hodges, your intent was not that the new trustee coming in the fall would get their regular allotted PD dollars for year 1, plus this 2,900? That's not your intent? Because if I read this 2,900 would be used to give them their first year allotment. They would not get an increase over what they would have had normally.
I just thought with a new trustee coming on, they needed as many PD dollars as possible. And so with the suggestion of Trustee Toon, we thought that starting in year 1 plus this would help them catch them up to speed.
If I understand this correctly, it means, and I'll ask somebody, so what does a trustee get for PD funds in year 1 right now?
Go ahead, Trustee Perry. Mr. Perry.
$5,250.
So this does not mean that they would get $7,900.
It does.
This means that this 2,900 would go towards giving them their 5,000. Is that what your intent was, Trustee Hodges?
Oh, that is your intent.
Sorry, that was my intent, but then I don't, maybe the way it's worded now, then it's,
So,
So I'm totally confused here. So your intent was they would get their $5,000, which they would get anyway, plus they would get this 2,900.
thank you, Trustee Long. We got too many of us on. So the question is what did they get in year 3, Mr. Perry?
3,500.
So 3,500 is what they would get next year. And the intent of this motion is to use this $2,980 to bring them up to the 50. Yeah,
Yeah, so 5,250 is what the first
52.
year is.
okay, 5250. So Trustee Long is wondering, is this money going to be used to bring them up to the 5250, or is it we want to start them at 5250 because that's what it's saying here. If they start at the 5250, then they would in addition get the $2,980 and they would be starting at the $8,000 for next year.
so no, the intent was that the $2,980 would bring them up to what it would be like in year 1, but we're going into year 3. So it was to make sure that they had the year 1 budget, but in year 3. So it was to just bring them up to where we are, where they would be in year 1. That's my intent.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Toon?
Yeah, I think if we should maybe add a few words to help clarify that. If we're having trouble in the room reading this, that might be challenging for others reading that. And that just after newly elected Ward 1 trustee, and that with these dollars, the trustee, including these dollars, the trustee start in year 1 of the PD cycle with the remaining, because it doesn't say that this is, there is any inclusion of the trustees' years of service when we look at the PD calendar, that they would just start with year 3 with us, the remainder of us on the board at that time. So I agree with Trustee Hodges that we want to make sure we set this new trustee up for success by allowing them to access the additional dollars, but not put it above the first year rate, because we wouldn't have dollars in the budget to do that with the dollars already being spent. We wouldn't have the $7,000 in our budget because we'd already be accessing $2,000 above what we all have for the year 3 budget.
Okay, thank you. So then for clarity, that doesn't use up the $2,980. You won't need all of it. Are you suggesting then that those additional dollars are bumped down to bring up them to the year 2 rate? Because how are we going to get them into the year 2 rate when the rest of us are at the year 4 rate? It doesn't make sense to me. Sorry.
Point of information, I don't see it in our policy where it says year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4. I know it's been discussed, but I'm looking up our policies right now and I don't see it.
It was in a
It's not in-
motion that was provided at an earlier date.
It's not in our appendix right now. It's not in our policy right now.
Yes, it doesn't show the numbers. Okay.
Maybe if we could, sorry, was I
Go ahead,
acknowledged?
Trustee Toon.
Sorry, I thought you pointed. Yeah. Maybe if we just include what the trustees start with the year 1 PD budget cycle with the 5,200 or whatever it is, and that way there's no confusion that we have that, because we're having issues with where the dollar amount is held, and that way we know it's budgeted, and they can roll over those dollars to year 2 and so forth.
Okay. Okay, so this is how it currently sits. That the Board of Trustees approve that the $2,980.76 PD dollars remaining from the resigned trustee be held over for the newly elected Ward 1 trustee, and that the Ward 1 trustees start in year 1 of the PD budget cycle for the remaining 2 years. Okay, that's where we're at. Go ahead.
So sorry, maybe it's the way it's worded in to start in the year one. Maybe it's to bring them up where we would be starting in year one with them and not for them starting in year one, but we want to give them, I just want to make sure they have enough PD dollars so that they can get the PD they need to be starting on a new board. And so maybe it's just in the wording of start in year one, and maybe we're just bringing them up to what the budget would be for, and sorry, I'm losing my voice.
That's okay.
In the first year. I don't know if Trustee Gimber has something that she just can clarify or wants to word it better.
Thank you, Trustee Hodges. Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
I'd like to move to postpone the question until we can review exactly what the year 1, year 2, year 3 thing says, because I think I remember some conversation about what we would do with new trustees that come on in the middle. Like, I'd like to see it. I'm trying to pull it up and I can't find the information right now, so.
So we have a motion to postpone, which takes a majority. So I'll let everyone think about that. It would be postponed until we can review the yearly PD allotment. So I'm going to call the question. It was to move to postpone the question until we have the yearly allotment in front of us. So all of those in favor for postponing this? Okay. Thank you. That is passed. Carried. Thank you, Trustee Hodges and Trustee Gimber. Okay, we will move on to F3, trustee input into the budget. Pardon me. This is also in response to a notice of motion from April 24th, made by Trustee Gimber. Policy 9 and 10 detailed, sorry, I'm gonna look up here. Policy 9 and 10 detail information regarding the committees of the board and the board representatives. Currently, there are expenses incurred by some committees for which there is no budget. For example, the audit committee provides dinner to the public committee members and trustees. However, there is no budget specifically allocated for this use. When a committee has a budget, they are better equipped to plan for the year's events and activities. It allows them to be more effective and inventive in their plan for the upcoming school year. Recommendation, that the board recommends during the organizational meeting, the members of each committee and board representation discuss their budget needs for the upcoming school year and present a budget for approval at the first regular board meeting after the organizational meeting. This is being moved by Trustee Gimber, and I'll have her speak to it.
Thank you. So this is a continuation of an attempt to provide clarity again. There are several committees actually that use small amounts. I mean, we're not talking a lot of money here, but it is funds that there is no allocation for at this point. So the example was the audit committee with dinner, and the question I would ask is, what would give one person the right to say we're going to have a steak dinner versus hot dogs, right? Like, there's nothing there right now to specify what should be and shouldn't be spent. So I think if a committee has an idea of what they're going to do for the year or how much it's going to cost, then it's reasonable to ask them to put forward a budget and use that. So that's the intent behind this motion of doing this at the organizational meeting so that we can start the year fresh.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber. Trustee Long?
Yeah, once again, I appreciate Trustee Gimber bringing this to our notice. And I'm saying that because I'm not necessarily against it. I have a concern that I hope you can speak to, and that would be If I think of my own self committee, and I think of our labor relations, I have no idea how many meetings labor relations is going to take. It involves several different groups. And would I then just budget a massive amount for dinners, for lunches at the beginning of the year based on what I think might happen? So there's a committee for myself personally, which I don't know how I would budget for it. Maybe you could speak to that.
Thanks, Trustee Long. We'll go to Trustee Gimber.
So my initial reaction to that would be to, that's the purpose of a budget, is to just try and plan for the future the best that you can with the knowledge that you have. So in that situation, if it was me personally, I would probably look at the past couple years, see what it has been, and if I know that there's any things that are going to maybe impact that number, try and work them in. Of course, there's going to be some committees that are going to be more difficult than others, and I think that's a conversation we can all have when that committee comes up at the organizational meeting for approval of their budget.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber. Trustee Hodges?
I just have I think a clarifying question, I guess, for myself, and I think Mr. Perry would probably be the appropriate one to answer it, unless then there's a trustee that feels like they could too. I just, in the past, and I'm not saying the past is always right and that we're a new board, but I just wondered, we've always just had a little budget held for anything like this, like for meals or stuff like that, because not all committees require it. I just wondered, is there like a budget that's kept separately, Mr. Perry? And if there is, would this motion make it easier for tracking and budgeting when it comes to you tracking things?
So yes, you're correct that there's a general budget for these types of supplies, these types of expenditures that hasn't typically in the past been broken out by committee. And so when there's a need for expenditures one way or the other, whatever the meeting might be, it would come out of that fund. Tracking it, I don't know that we've really had a need to track it for other than the overall cost to see if it was sufficient to meet the board's needs. So I can't really speak to whether it would be easier to track it, because typically we just look and see what was expended in the previous year, kind of like Trustee Gimber said, and identify whether the budget going forward is sufficient for what the needs have been in the past.
Thank you, Mr. Perry and Trustee Hodges. Any other questions around the budget piece here? Trustee Toon?
Thank you, Chair. I think that this would definitely help going forward to look back and see, kind of as Trustee Gimmer says, what has been spent and help with the transparency of our committees, just even amongst ourselves as board members, knowing what committees expense and helping future plan, being aware of the time commitment and what those committees entail. I think it's hard when you're coming into something new, not knowing what all is required of the committee or what the work entails, but seeing a budget would help tell the story to trustees coming in, kind of what they're signing up for, and have the transparency for board members on being accountable, not having it be an after the fact finding out there was a bunch of additional costs that we didn't know about, and then being able to make appropriate adjustments going forward. There always that great review process at the end of going through, was it sufficient, and what can we do to support the great work that all our committees do. So I again appreciate this motion.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Trustee Higgis?
When I read over this, my thoughts went to what possibilities of what could happen. So every committee would then put a budget, because we don't know if we're going to spend it or not. And there's some committees that, I mean, we're trying to have committees that can meet online a lot of times because that is a saving of money. But if we're going to be a committee that we could decide that, well, no, we're going to have an in-person meeting and have a meal then or something with it because we got the budget, because you put the budget in there. So I guess my concern is that we're going to start spending money that we really don't have to. Now, I'm not saying this board will do this, but if we're going to be putting that in there, you know, there is always that possibility in the future because you're opening that door up.
Thanks, Trustee Yegus. Trustee Long?
Trustee Gimber, another question. So would this budget include more than just lunches? Would it also include mileage and,
Off the top of my head, with the committees that I'm involved in, the only mileage one that would be there would be for the members of public that are on the audit committee. Yeah.
so once again, I speak to the Labor Committee. We travel to the meeting, so there's mileage there, plus hourly driving rates, and what we get paid per 2-hour periods. And that would change depending on what trustees are on there. So the mileage would change every 2 years, depending on what trustees were on there.
Thank you, Trustee Long. Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
Yeah, sorry, the intent of this is not with regards to honorarium or per diem. It's not for that. It is for meals. It's for, you know, if you needed to rent a hall to do something, if you needed to pay for external members of public to come to your meeting, the regional school council, we have a meeting for sure that's held somewhere at the end of the year to celebrate. So that's where this intent is. It's not for the actual, you know, normal, I guess is the word. Yeah.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber. Appreciate the discussion in the room here today. I just want to say also, as board chair, I try and wait till the end to speak a little bit, but I've always been fortunate to serve as a committee member for the first time underneath someone who's already been on that. And they've always kind of known the protocol of, yes, we bring, you know, coffee to this or different things like that. But it can be difficult if you're put as a chair of a committee and you don't know what's been done in the past. You know, should I be making soup for this group of people that we provide dinner to, or should I be ordering, or is that allowed? So I appreciate the clarity that this will give if it passes, and I understand the need for it. Although I hear the concerns as well. I think fiscal responsibility is always at the forefront of the board's mind. So those are my thoughts on it. If there's no other questions or comments, then I would have Trustee Gimber close. Seeing none, go ahead, Trustee Gimber, if you'd like to.
Yeah, thank you. So, yes, honestly, this came out of the Regional School Council. This is where this came up for me because it was myself and Trustee Stanglitz at the time that were brand new to that committee, and we had absolutely no idea what we were and were not allowed to spend on what, because we're new. And this would provide some guidelines for future trustees on committees that maybe don't have the experienced people on there. I think that the way that I've worded this, it also opens it up for discussion at the organizational meeting for each committee. So this is kind of a first step in setting this, and some of the concerns maybe about opening the door for extra expenditures could be addressed at those times.
Thank you so much, Trustee Gimber. The recommendation that we'll be voting on now is that the board recommend during the organizational meeting, the members of each committee and the board representatives discuss their budget needs for the upcoming school year and present a budget for approval at the first regular board meeting after the organizational meeting. Moved by Trustee Gimber. All of those in favor? All those against? Perfect. That is carried. Thank you very much. We will move on to F4, vaping in schools. In response to the notice of motion of April 24th, 2023, made by Trustee Gimber, there are significant concerns from students, staff, and parents regarding vaping by students at the secondary schools. There have been reports of regular vaping occurring outside, but more disturbingly in restrooms. Teachers continuously have to police and chase students to try and manage the problems. Students won't go into change rooms due to vaping occurring in there. The problem was identified, but it has gotten out of hand with some of the vaping containing cannabis. The recommendation is that the board request information from administration to be shared at the next regular board meeting regarding vaping in schools. Specifically, the board would like details such as the measures taking place in schools to combat vaping, how law enforcement may be involved to support school administration, for the cannabis use, and the communication plan that has been or will be made to the schools and parents. This is being moved by Trustee Gimber, and before she speaks to it, I would like to recuse myself as chair, please. Is there any other trustee who feels like they would like to chair this conversation? If not, I will turn it over to Mr. Perry.
I'm not trustee to this time. Okay. All right. So, Trustee Gimber, is this one also being moved by you? Okay. I just didn't have it below it. So, do you want to speak to this motion, please?
Yes, please, thank you. Vaping is definitely a concern that's going on right now in our district, and it's something that I continuously hear about from parents and teachers and principals. And I know that there's work being done, but at this point, I think I think that there is a need to have a public discussion or a public presentation from administration on what is going on in the schools to combat it, because there's so many questions from people in the public right now. And by bringing this forward right now, it is going to put that out there for people to access. The communication is what I'm looking for.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Gimber. Is there any comments or questions in relation to the motion as it sits? Trustee Poitras.
Must be me since I recused myself. So I appreciate the concern around vaping in the schools. I am not hearing this as much in our ward. And so when I think about it at a division level, I'm never against having information come forward from administration if there's something that is needing to be addressed and that they need to share information and share information publicly. However, I think it's stepping beyond governance when we specify that the board would like details such as measures taking place in the schools to combat vaping. We leave that to administration, and I believe that our administration leaves that to each individual school to decide how and when what measures they will take, whether law enforcement is involved. I believe that may happen at some schools and not at others. It depends, to support administration for the cannabis use and the communication plan that has been or will be made to school and parents. Again, I think that has to happen sometimes at even a class level, a grade level, a school level, and having it come from our superintendent, our associate superintendents. It's not the way that we do it. That's not how it works in administration and delegating those things. So personally, I believe that asking for these specific things is overstepping our governance role. The board requesting information from admin to be shared at the next regular board meeting regarding vaping in schools, I could definitely get behind that. I'm happy to hear that and to understand more what might be going on. But these specific pieces here are done, I believe, at a school level, and that's where it's best happened. We ask to have boards because we believe the closer to the kids you are, the better you can make the decision. And that's why we ask the government to maintain school boards. And that's why we have administrators in every school and teachers in the classroom, because the closer you are to the kid, that's where the problems are dealt with. So for those reasons, unless there was an amendment to this just for it to be, an update regarding vaping, I would not be in favor of this.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Poitras. Have a few in line here, so we're going to Trustee Yegas.
Thank you. I agree that we should get, for the informational part of this could be asked for the board, for the administration to give us just the information about, is there a problem and what is, what they're hearing about vaping and or what is happening. However, I really do believe that this is overstepping our governance role and we are going into the management part of it. That is not what we do. And we should be very careful when we start to put on motions that overlap these roles, because information is one thing, but directing them to do something like what is asked in here is not our role as board members. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Yegas. Trustee Kimber.
Thank you. I wanted to clarify that the words "such as" in that recommendation are examples. It wasn't, I need these specifics. They were examples of things that could be presented to us. So yes, I'd be in favor of making the amendment that Trustee Poitras mentioned.
Okay. Well, we'll go to Trustee Hodges and then to Trustee Toon, and then if there's an amendment to the motion, go ahead, Trustee Hodges.
I don't want to repeat everything everybody else has said. I do believe that what Trustee Gimber just said and just making the recommendation to just for information is within our role. And so I don't want to repeat what everybody else has said, but I do agree on the governance level part of it.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Hodges. Trustee Toon.
Yeah, appreciate Trustee Gimmer bringing this forward. This is a huge concern in our schools in my area that I've been to. Specifically one school's, every school council, it gets brought up. Every single school council, there's different parents that bring this up, wanting to know the information. And so I don't think this oversteps our governance roles. I think it does the opposite. It clearly articulates to administration what we're asking to get brought back. It doesn't ask for any specific thing to be done. Communication plan, how is that going against our governance role, asking what the plan is and what has been and what will be done. This is the best forum for us to inform the public as a board, and asking for information to be reported back for us is our governance role. We have presentations today and about stuff that isn't our role, but it's presented to inform us and to inform the public. So I think the context around this being specific is a good thing, because just saying we support a presentation on vaping. Well, what does administration bring forward? Being specific, ask for specific things to come back, and I think Trustee Kimber did a great job, and I'd be opposed to amending it, because if we're vague and it's left up to administration to based on debate and discussion and one or two comments made, if this motion passes the way it is, it clearly articulates what kind of presentation we're going to be getting as a board.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Toon. Trustee Hodges.
I guess I have a question then around who would make the presentation and where would they get all the information from? Because every school is a little different and everybody's doing things a little differently, and because it's left up to the school and the administration to treat their schools how it's appropriate in their own buildings, I just don't understand where all the information is going to come. You're going to again send out questions to the principal. What are you doing on this? What are you doing on this? And so I just wondered who's going to present this to us then?
Trustee Hodges, are you asking the question? So,
I would like to know who's going to, they're requesting information from administration, but then who's going to present this to us and gather all the information for us?
maybe
To
we
Miss
can let the
Trustee Gimber, or-
superintendent
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I wasn't sure who I should
speak to a
ask.
little bit.
Sure. Certainly, this is a topic that, as division office, senior admin, and school-based administration, that is on our radar, and we do have conversations about it. Depending on the information that you ask for, I guess that would be, who would present on that, but somebody from our senior team would bring that information back. But you're right that schools all approach things a little bit differently in terms of behaviors. Consequences might not be universally applied. They might be dependent upon the context. And so there are some varying levels of, how vaping is addressed in each of our schools. So there would be, information that would need to be gathered from our administration.
Trustee Poitras?
Yeah. I hear what you're saying, Trustee Toon, is like, if you're just like, can we get information, like a presentation on vaping, like who knows what we'll get? I mean, I assume it would be on vaping in our schools, but when you're asking things like you are saying, let's be as specific as possible. When you say, what's the communication plan that has been or will be made to schools and parents? That's obviously a communication plan from the division because it's talking to all schools and all parents. And if FP Walsh has had huge strides this year with vaping, and it's way less of a problem than it was. And then in Willow Creek, it's a huge problem, worse than it's ever been. How can there be a communication plan for the entire division or for administration to put out? This is happening at individual schools, and it's very different at every school. And so I would make the amendment, and I don't know if it would be considered friendly or not, but where it says regarding vaping in schools, period, I would end the motion there. Would you consider that friendly, Trustee Gimber, or?
No.
Okay, so I would make I would recommend that amendment.
Okay, so I'm just looking at the okay, so there are significant concerns for student, staff, parents regarding vaping by students at the secondary schools. Oh, sorry, that's why I have an issue, is because I'm reading the intro, not the recommendation. So the board is requesting information from the administration to be shared at the next regular board meeting regarding vaping in schools. And so your recommendation or amendment is to end it there. I'll turn to Trustee Gimber. Do you consider that a friendly amendment? No? Okay. So we have the amendment on the table. We'll have to deal with that initially. And I don't think it necessarily changes the entire intent. It's just not as specific. So we'll go forward with that motion. Would you like to speak to that amendment, Trustee Poitras?
Yep, I think that our administration is very aware of the vaping that's, no, not the vaping, the vaping situations that are being addressed by our schools, and that if we ask for information to be shared on it, they will share pertinent information that is important to us to know when we're out in our schools. And I believe that our administration will gather the information that we need and that is appropriate to share with the entire board for our governance needs. And that's why I think leaving the specifications up to them is best.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Poitras. Trustee Yegas.
I could support the amendment to it where it ends at vaping in schools, because I think that is information that as a board and the public that we can have. So I would support the first, what the amendment is.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Yegas. Is there any other comments, questions with regards to the amendment? Yes, Trustee Toon.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to speak against the amendment. There's nothing that I see written there that would be harmful to get information on, to know what the involvement of local law enforcement is, if that is currently happening. And those specific things like communication, I think is key. How is this being communicated to our schools and parents? This is something that isn't just a struggle locally, it's a struggle nationally. I see it all over the news, challenges across Canada that are with this, specifically a community a few hours to west of us in British Columbia. They've recently had to take off all their doors off their restrooms because of challenges they were seeing with vaping and behavior that was happening in the washroom. I don't think that we're at that point now, but I think that having specifics in there of what we're getting communicated helps the community show that we're doing our due diligence as governors, asking for specifics to be presented to us and not just saying present to us on vaping and whatever come forward. We're okay with a generic presentation on what vaping in schools is.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Toon. Any additional, Trustee Gimber?
I believe that at this point, with regards to vaping, sure, it may be addressed at a school level, but I think our division kind of needs to make a stand at this point with regards to it. And by getting information, specific information about how the different schools are combating vaping, how law enforcement may have been brought in to do presentations at certain schools and that's working and didn't work in somewhere else. The communication that has been, like, do we have posters up at all the schools? Do we have them in the bathrooms? You know, just what is out there? Maybe what's out there that's working at some of the schools that could be implemented in others. Like, I don't see anything in here that is outside of our realm of governance. I really don't. And by just saying that I'm requesting information from administration regarding vaping, I mean, I know our administration would give us a good presentation, but theoretically, they could come back with a pamphlet. You know, like, I'm looking for some more details. The public is looking for some more details on what we are doing as a division to combat vaping.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Gimber. Any additional comments, questions with regards to the amendment? Okay, so Trustee Toon?
Just would ask for a recorded vote on the amendment.
Okay, we will let Trustee Poitras close on the amendment.
I think that getting too specific, it's too much because it's different in every single school and it's too much to report on. When one high school is having success, they share those type of things when they meet as administrators for their administration meetings. So, and we can hear those celebrations from our administrators. So I think how it's been amended is good enough.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Poitras. So I will call the question on the amendment. So the amendment reads that the board is requesting information from the administration to be shared at the next board meeting regarding vaping in schools, period. That's the amendment. All in favor? All opposed? Okay, that motion is defeated. So we're back to the original motion. Okay, so we're speaking to the original motion now. Is there any additional comments or questions in regards to the original motion? Trustee Hodges.
I know that in our division, we are assigned someone with Alberta Health Services that works within our schools. And I know that they have lots of presentations on vaping at the Alberta Health Services level. I just wondered if this was something that our schools know about, or that parents know about, or there's something that we could have a discussion on maybe into the future. But I do know that Alberta Health Services, and I know that we have our mental health supports within our schools that work with the schools and will work with vaping in schools. And so I don't know if that's something that's already being done within our schools. And so, but I just wanted to point that out, that I know we have a lot of stuff going on too that works within our schools too.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Hodges. Trustee Toon.
Thank you. Yeah, I know that there's a lot of work that's being done, and this is a hard situation. There's always been issues like this in the past. It might not have been vaping 15 years ago, but there was other things. There was smoking. There was other things that were going on. So this is today's challenge that administrators face, and I know that they're working hard to combat that. And I appreciate the work that they do, and I'm looking forward to hearing everything that's going on, and then allowing us as trustees to share key messages from those presentations out with our school councils, because I think that is key, because the misinformation that I hear about lots of things that are happening in our schools is rampant, and we only can combat that by telling our story and telling what is the amazing things that are happening in our schools. So I appreciate the work that all our administration, our principals, our teachers do, and our central office staff, and I'm looking forward to having the discussions at our schools after we receive this presentation. This motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Any additional comments, questions? Okay, Trustee Gimber, would you like to close?
The comments that I would make in closing are the same as I would have made that I did make with the amendment. It's a big issue. I think that this is the venue to get the communication out to the public. So yes, we get information from our administration given to us about what's going on in schools, but that doesn't get out to the public. So that's the whole intent behind this motion, is to communicate all the good that's happening out there.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Gimber. All right, so we will call the question. The recommendation is that the board is requesting information from the administration to be shared at the next regular board meeting regarding vaping in schools. Specifically, the board would like details such as the measures taking place in the schools to combat vaping, how law enforcement may be involved to support school administration for the cannabis use, and communication plan that has been or will be made to the schools/parents. All those in favor? All those opposed? That motion is defeated. I'll turn the chair back over to Trustee Poitras.
Go ahead, Trustee Toon.
Yeah, I would request that my vote be recorded, please.
Okay, thank you. I would move that we suspend the rules and consider moving to F7, our budget report, as we have Mr. Gunderson here with us, who will be part of that, and we're a little behind schedule. All those in favor? Yeah, okay, so we will now move to F7, the 2023-2024 Livingston Range School Division budget report is to be approved by the Board of Trustees and submitted to Alberta Ed by May 31st, 2023. Mr. Jeff Perry, Associate Superintendent of Business Services, will review the proposed budget for the board's approval, and the recommendation is that the 2023-2024 budget for the Livingston Range School Division be approved by the Board of Trustees for submission to Alberta Education. Can I get someone to make that motion? Trustee Long? And we'll turn it over to you, Mr. Perry.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the up-and-coming proposed budget for the 2023-2024 school year. Can you bring up the other budget report? Okay. Thank you. So this is the document that was submitted out to trustees with regards to their board meeting documentation. This is the budget report that is submitted to Alberta Education. It is their template. They require us to complete it as such. And so there's very little manipulation that we can do with regards to the template. And so we go through and follow their guidelines and complete the anticipated budget. We use my budget file right now currently for developing the budget, which is a software package that allows us to send information out and get feedback from administrators as well. So this document is, if approved, will be made available and put on our divisional website, and so it'd be available to the public as well. I'm going to go through a set of slides on a slideshow that make it a little more easier to go through what this document is actually proposing. And so that doesn't mean that if you have that document in front of you on your computers, that if you have questions specifically for something in that you can't ask those. For sure you can, and we'll respond to those. But the presentation that I'm going to give you at this point is going to be based on a PowerPoint slide that I put together. So you can bring that up. Thanks, Nikki. Okay, board budget meeting. Okay. So this is kind of the outline of the presentation that we'll take you through. Budget highlights, plans, and assumptions all under the following areas. I've put an executive summary at the beginning to identify what you may have read in the beginning page of the document that we just saw. And then I'll go through kind of our process, the feedback that how we get feedback from stakeholders, changes to revenue, staffing considerations, enrollment changes, review of expenditures, what impact that has on our operating reserves at the end of the day, and then some significant business risks that may make it different at the end of the day. So if you can go to the next slide. And of course, Mr. Gunderson was heavily involved in this process, so if he has any comments or thoughts that he wants to share, he can certainly do that, or you may have questions that he may need to answer. Okay, so one of the big things about this 2023-24 budget is that we're transitioning to a balanced budget. So in this current year, or the 23-24 year, we anticipate continuing to access operating reserves to slow the transition to a balanced budget. In the 22-23, the current year deficit, we actually budgeted for a $1.9 million deficit, but then we received additional funds after the fact from the provincial government, which decreased that anticipated deficit. So at this point in time, we anticipate a deficit of $1.345 million. There's about $70,000 in there that we have to, for the ARO, which is the, what is it again? Asset retirement obligation. So it's an in and an out, so it increases the deficit, but it takes it out on the other end, so it's not an impact on our operating reserves. The overall impact on our operating reserves will be 1.275 is what we anticipate. So much lower than the 1.9 that we thought. So if that is the case, and that's a projection, thank you, projection as far as what we anticipate, that would leave us at about 3.59% of operating revenues, or operating reserves over our expenditures. The 2023-24 budget has a deficit of $454,000, which is significantly lower than what the previous year. And again, we're anticipating a deficit so that we can make reductions over a 2-year time period versus just one. And however, the reduction to operating reserves, because of how it flows through, would be a $700,000 decrease to our operating reserves, resulting in 2.33% of total expenditures, the level of operating reserves. And then in 2024-25, we would have an anticipated balanced budget, meaning our revenues would match our expenditures. Any questions in relation to this? So this is the first thing I wanted to bring forward, as we've talked about this in the past, and we'll get into, some of the changes in Alberta Education's revenue and so forth. but this is the overall proposal for this budget. Okay, we'll go to the next slide. How do we do that while still maintaining supports and programs? And here's some of the priorities that we had as we work towards this budget, is maintaining the in-classroom supports. We know that this was a big stakeholder feedback with regards to the parent community as well as our staffing, is to maintain supports within the classroom. So educational assistants, child youth care workers, family school liaisons, speech or early speech. I can't think of words today. Early learning personnel, and then place-based opportunities, funding through international summer school grant and partnerships to make sure that's sustainable versus taking out from the instructional funding that we received. The other part of this budget is ensuring we continue to have flexible offerings to our students in the school attendance, so in-school attendance, virtual school, outreach schools, dual credit opportunities, home education, that we continue to support those areas in a time of reduction. So that's the executive summary with regards to the focused areas that we went into with regard into this building of the budget. Any questions in relation to that? Okay, we'll go to the next slide. So here's some of the things that we looked at. So obviously at the forefront of when we enter into a budget, we consider the board priorities, which you can see there for culture, academics, and leadership, and ensure that we're continuing to put resources forward to support those types of priorities. We also get feedback from stakeholders, from past surveys, from the divisional and school administration. Prioritize supports and programs is the next thing we do. So we create a priority list as to what we need to support. And so with limited resources, obviously the higher priorities are the things that we put the resources towards first if we have the ability to do that. So, and then we review the available resources and then continue to review the costs, increasing and trends. Next slide, please. Changes to Alberta education revenue. So I think it's important that you have an understanding of the context with which we build this budget. So base instruction rates were increased by 6% from this is all Alberta education support services rates. So learning support funding, our PUF funding, our FNMI funding, all received a 10% increase in this area. We also received an allotment for teacher settlement funding, recognizing the settlement that was done centrally. So funding was received for that. Operation and maintenance rates increased 2.9%. Transportation had a new funding formula, which saw an increase there as well. Nutrition grant, 11% increase. I know that they announced 20%, but we had already been receiving a higher amount, and so in the end of the day, we received 11% increase in that area. And the 0.05% increase to system admin grant, which is, it actually increases it more than the 0.05, but that's the way that they announce it. And then additional pilot funding, mental health pilots, collegiate program, curriculum implementation. There's some additional funding in those areas as well. I'm going to take you real quick. I hate to get into numbers because sometimes I lose you on those, but we'll go to the next slide. Oh, do you have a question?
Yeah, just a question before we get into numbers. With the change to busing and how far away, because we are rural, I'm assuming it affects us less than it will in some of the bigger centers. Do you know if it will have a major impact on us in as far as the budget goes, or is that to be determined still?
No, there are some things to be determined. I don't think I could hazard a guess as to whether we're impacted more than the urban, because I'm sure they have arguments as to how it impacts them, and I would not be aware of what those are. But certainly, so part of this budget, we've anticipated that we will not implement that till 2024-25. So the revenue that we've anticipated or projected for transportation is not the full revenue that they announced in the in our profile. it's reduced. However, it's still more than what we are currently receiving. And then when you take into account the fuel continuation of the fuel subsidy, there's additional revenue there as well. So we have taken all that into consideration, and I'll just go into that a little bit more specifically. One of the things that we're anticipating is that we're going to run a surplus in transportation so that we can utilize those resources to purchase buses. So it ends up looking like we're having a large surplus in transportation, but it has to go through there. And then on the bottom part in the reserve area, it ends up going into once you purchase the buses, that amount goes into invested in capital asset, or invested in capital assets, net assets. And so it actually nets out to close to zero, but we're utilizing those resources to add the ability to purchase more buses in the current year. Yeah. Trustee Hodges.
So I just have a question around purchasing buses in the current year, because I feel like there's going to be a lot of school divisions out there trying to purchase buses. And I know that we, in the past, have had a struggle even buying the last bus that we did, and it's just going to take a long time. And so do you know, or can you see that we actually can purchase buses within this current year? Or is this something that we're just going to have to monitor and continue to carry over in hoping that we can get buses that we are going to need?
Yeah. So that's going to be a realistic challenge. However, one of the reasons it was so difficult for us in the past is that we only deal with a certain type of bus. And so we may have to go outside of the current bus that we purchase. So one of the reasons why we purchase a certain bus is so that when you're maintaining those buses on your own in our shop, it's easier to get supplies and have them on hand to maintain them. But that particular company didn't have the ability to meet our timelines with buses, and so it took us a long time to get those buses. And so we're giving consideration to going into another type of bus, so that we would have two types of buses, even though there's more than 2 or 3 types of buses out there, but we would potentially have to look into, am I cutting out? No, okay. We potentially would have to look into doing that in order to get sufficient buses. So we are still currently, we are looking into the procurement of buses right now. We do know that buses have gone from about 120,000 to 160 plus thousand for each bus. That's one of our bigger challenges, right? But I know our coordinator of transportation is communicating back and forth with other jurisdictions to see how they can facilitate the implementation. And it may mean less buses that we have to purchase if we're in a scenario where we can't get them, and potentially can't get enough drivers. So we're in that process as well, because there's a education component there that has to be in place as well. So we have just over a year to do it. We're still working on the details and so forth, but yeah, those are realistic challenges that we'll face, and more information will come as we go through that. But good questions. So that I was going to highlight, but I appreciate you bringing them forward at that time. So okay, so this little number system here is, I like to take you through, when we get an increase, is it due to the increase that the government gave us, or is it due to the increase of the WMA? And so WMA is the weighted moving average. So as we get more students, it's going to gradually increase. But that WMA, let's say we get additional students this year, only 50% are based on the projection, and the other 50% is based on the previous 2 years. So it doesn't increase as quickly as you would like. But here's a breakdown. So Alberta Education breaks their revenue down by this: base instruction, service and support, schools, community, jurisdictions. And so you can see the increases based on the rate increase, and then you can see it based on the WMA increase. So 2.6 million of the increased funding is based on the rate increase, which is those increases that I gave you before. 770 is based on that we anticipate having additional students. And then you take away the COVID to see what the net impact is. So the increase of 1.725. And then I removed everything that's targeted. So PO&M, transportation, complex classroom, teacher settlement, system administration, summer school, nutrition. And then I took into account other, the increases and decreases of other areas to give you a net impact on the instructional funding. So the net impact to our instructional funding before increases and things of that nature is about $202,000. Okay, next slide. Our staffing, certificated staffing is down about 4 positions from the start of the prior year. We maintained higher levels in the prior year to, with the intent to utilize operating reserves. And so as we're attempting to become or have a balanced budget, then obviously those levels, unless there's significant increases in enrollment, are challenging to maintain. Support staff, there's a small increase. On the document it says 1 educational assistant, but I believe we're down a few educational assistants. This is from the start of the year. During last year, we added additional educational assistants. And so from the level that we were at the end of, or currently in this year, it would be down 4 or 5 educational assistants. However, we're adding 3 mental health workers in various pilots. We've added 1 additional bus route, so 1 driver. We did not fill a maintenance position, and then there's 1 custodial position that just was not needed based on we had additional supports for COVID and things of that nature. And then a slight increase, not even a full FTE, for family school liaison positions. So you can see that where we can, we're maintaining the resources and supports in our schools, and especially in the classroom. This is a big need. We're spending significantly more in learning support than we're actually getting for funding to our division. So even at the level that we're at, it's significantly more, which is a challenge. Okay, next. Enrollment. Our ECS enrollment is almost right, exactly what it was the previous year. We're 1 student down as far as projection. But grades 1 to 12 were about a 1.8% increase. Most of that is in high school. So we had a large group from the elementary side of things. So grades 1 to 6, we had a larger group move from grade 6 into grade 9 into grade 10. And so that increased our numbers in high school. And then there's a slight decrease in the grades 1 to 9, so about 15 students. No change to home education students. It's stayed at 44 apiece. And other students, First Nation on reserve is an increase of 3 students, in international there's no change to what we projected. Again, increase in projections only increase WMA 50%. So that's true for funded students. For international and First Nation students, the impact is immediate. Okay, next slide. Review of expenditures. So as you went through that document that we sent you, you could see that there's either increases or decreases in certain areas. Certificated staff salaries increased by about $303,000. Most of that is increase of the 2% as of September, but also our average cost of a teacher increased based on expected grid movement. Support staff, there's a slight increase, but we also have built into this anticipated settlement increases for non-union and union staff that haven't been completed yet, but we have settled in the area with bus drivers, and so that's been taken into consideration here. Benefit increases, here's one of the biggest challenges. It looks on our document like it's decreasing significantly because our ATRF amount that we budgeted is based on the amount that the government pays on behalf of the division. So it's actually a $350,000 decrease to kind of line that up. It fluctuates from year to year. And so it looks like we're going down, but we're going up significantly in the benefits area. So extended healthcare, our premium went up 19% for extended healthcare. For dental, it went up 7%, for CPP 4 and EI 3. That's a significant increase. So when we looked at our increase in our teacher average salaries, a significant portion of that was from what we have to pay in benefits. Okay. By object, so service, contracts, and supplies, here's some of the increases we're experiencing that we're budgeting in this budget. Utilities up 13%. Electricity is where that is coming from. Contracted services, so learning support, contracts, and custodial side of things. Maintenance repairs, 4% in bus maintenance. Supplies, 4% increase where we received additional funding, so nutrition pilot projects and curriculum implementation. Those dollars will be expended on additional supplies. 6% increase in fuel from the previous budget and a 13% increase in amortization anticipated from bus purchases. Where we've experienced a decrease, it's not that we've incurred a decrease in insurance, but we budgeted higher in the prior year and then didn't realize that budget. So we're still at the same level of insurance, but we can budget less because it's not at the level that we anticipated in the previous year. So what ends up happening, it's really challenging. And so for us, insurance doesn't get finalized until the fall. So October is when we finalize our insurance. So we're taking a guess at what it's going to be at this point in time for there. And it's something that can fluctuate significantly. So if there's a lot of fires and they take out any schools in our ARMIC program, our premiums will go up, right? Because we're part of a consortium. So, or if something happens in our area, our premiums will go up. We're fortunate to be one of the jurisdictions that has very few claims, and so we actually benefit significantly in that ARMIC group from lower than what some of those ones that have higher claims. But again, we're budgeting what we had last year, but that could change. International program, there's a decrease of 24%. We didn't actually see the summer programs come to fruition. It's not that we're not still having aspirations to do something of that nature, but they didn't come through this year. And so we did not build that into our budget for this year. And so our international program is down some. Students attending on reserve, the number of students that attended on reserve were lower, and so we just anticipated a lower amount there. And facility amortization. So I got amortization up in the increase and facility amortization in the lower because the facility amortization is our supported buildings, so our schools. And of course, we never had significant increases, and so the overall amortization reduces based on that. So, okay, next one. All right, we're getting close to the end. There's a light at the end of the tunnel. So this is the operating reserve impact. So I spoke to this a little bit before. At the end of August 31st, 2022, we had about $3.3 million in operating reserves, 5.85% of our operating expenditures. And I'm using the current budget expenditures, which are significantly higher than before. So last year that would have been a higher percentage. Now it's a lower percentage at 5.85. Anticipated impact based on a reduction of 1.275 at the end of this year will bring us down to just over $2 million in operating reserves for a 3.59% of operating expenses. Our allowable reserves, based on the calculation from Alberta Education, is 4.4%, or almost $2.5 million. The impact of this budget, a reduction of $708,000 to operating reserves, will leave us at just over $1.3 million in operating reserves at a 2.33% of operating expenses. And that's our target for maintaining that level. Minimum operating reserves required is $556,000. We can't go below that amount. So that's this budget, that's the impact that this budget would have. Next slide. There are a few things that are significant business and financial risks. Continuation of rising costs for products and services, so benefit costs, utilities, contractors, insurance, buses. We talked about the increase in cost of buses. Inability to get some products, so increase in demand for buses, and that was brought forward by Trustee Hodges. that might be a challenge to us. Facility repair products. So as we try to maintain our schools, some of the products to maintain our schools are getting more challenging to get, or have been in the past. One of the things that comes to mind is lighting in the schools. We have lighting projects, and it's getting more challenging to get the hardware for those types of things. Uncertainty around local bargaining with both the teacher group and the support staff settlements. And one of the things I put on here is just to identify that Alberta Education recognized the central bargaining and the increase in the teacher settlement, but did not necessarily recognize the support staff settlements that are required to maintain in our jurisdictions. So that can become challenging when inflation increases and you're not receiving the funds to be able to provide increases in other areas. So, okay, so that's the overall information that I have with regards to this proposed budget. Is there any questions, comments, anything, Jordan, that you wanted to add to that?
No, nothing to add at this time.
Thank you. We appreciate the presentation. Trustees, does anyone have any questions or comments? Trustee Toon.
Thank you, Chair. Again, appreciate the presentation, and I've said it before, but I want to reiterate the appreciation for Mr. Perry and our superintendent and those previously. Their due diligence of being fiscally responsible have put us in a unique position that others in the province aren't, having the funds to run a budget again this year. I know with all the challenges we've been through the last couple of years, I can't imagine the place we'd be in if that some others jurisdictions are in, not having those reserve funds to rely on. And that's not by coincidence, that's by the dedicated service of our administration. The question I have is, as we move forward to the future and having the balanced budget, we know that there's that uncertainty that you've spoken of. If you could share with us the process that might be different or might not be in developing the budget going forward. We know there's going to be some tough decisions coming. Again, probably some reductions in staff, and kind of what the timeline of making those decisions will be, and how you communicate that out, just so we can share that with stakeholders, and where you see the areas that you think are going to be greatest impacted next year by the balanced budget.
Thanks, Trustee Toon. Go ahead, Mr. Perry.
You hear me now? Okay. I thought that was a sign. Thanks for that question. It's process-wise, I mean, do I have all the answers right now? No, but process-wise will be a similar process. We'll still be looking for additional feedback and re-emphasizing the priorities of the jurisdiction when we look to reduce. One of the things that I was pleased about was our ability to get to where we are for this budget with relatively less pain than what I anticipated. And I will say that some of the funds that the provincial government provided did allow us to keep all the staff that we had, but it allowed us to keep more staff than what we would have been able to. So I'm talking with regards to the classroom complexity grant, and overall we received some additional funds above and beyond the bridge funding that we lost to be able to maintain some of those programs and some of those resources and supports. It's always challenging. Our biggest pot of resources is spent in staffing and those supports. So we've always been about how do we operate as efficiently as possible to ensure that we can still maintain the programs and the supports that are needed, and to be able to, with the resources that we have available. So it'll still be a process of going through that and identifying where we are for that. But process-wise, again, gathering feedback with regards to priorities and what's most important, and making that list of priorities and putting the resources where they're most needed to have the greatest impact on our students. So yeah, I don't know if that answers, maybe not as specifically as you would like, but certainly we'll go forward with that process in mind.
Thanks, Mr. Perry. We've got Trustee Hodges.
Thank you. I just have a question, and I'm sorry if I couldn't find it in this, but we've had struggle with our funding for summer school in the past. And so I just wondered where we are with that and if we're still good moving forward. And
Well, that's a great question. So funding is typically in the base instruction in the high school area. And so, yeah, we talked about that in the past. One of the big changes that they made in the current year that we're in, so it'll apply for the next year as well, is that they changed our funding for summer school to not be a 3-year average of previous dates. It's now based on the previous year. So the summer school credits that our students earn in this year will be what they utilize to fund us in the following year. So right now, so that instantly increased our funding in the current year significantly to the point where our summer school, our summer program is self-sustaining and has the ability to provide for the costs associated with offering those programs, which was fantastic because we were hesitant, and we talked about this in the past, how we were going to be able to do that. So that change significantly impacted us. So as long as we continue to earn sufficient credits, we have the ability to cover our summer school costs. Yeah.
Okay,
When I say
thank you.
summer school, I mean our FACES program. I mean our summer school where we have staff that work throughout the summer to offer summer school for students. And it also provides us the ability to cover operating costs for that site that were utilized out in the Crow's Nest Pass as well.
Thanks, Mr. Perry. Trustee Hodges, you have another question?
sorry, if nobody else, I just have one more question. And so I've heard from other school divisions too, and I believe it was a 19% increase in our benefits going across, and so in 7%, and so that's a huge increase for school districts. I don't know the exact number of what that is, but 19% is a lot. Was there reasoning given behind it, and is there like a projection for it to go up more next year too? Is there something that we could advocate towards in helping level that out a little bit so there's not so many huge jumps?
Yeah, so I think the intent of, and I think we have a member of ASCBP on here as well, but I'll give it my best shot as well. So we did meet with ACBP representatives, and they subsidized the rates over time, over previous years, to try and cushion any increases with reserves and dollars that they had available. They just got to a point where costs were too much to be able to continue to do that. And so we're now seeing, even last year we had a significant increase in our benefits. We seen one in this anticipated, and I anticipate that there'll be significant increases in the future. So ASCBP is made up of a board that has representation from the ATA and non-ATA members, trustees, and so forth. And it's their task with, identifying what supports they provide. And so I would assume that they're looking at how do we make it affordable, and but there's nothing that they could do at this this moment in time because the costs are what the costs are. So I don't know, Brad, if you want to add anything to that.
Go ahead, Trustee Toon.
Yeah, no, thank you. As Ms. Per said, I do sit on the board of directors for ASCBP, and I know it's been challenging and involved with other insurance things. The costs of those areas have gone up exponentially across the province. This is the third and year of subsidized premiums where the boards aren't paying the actual costs of what those premiums cost. Being unique that it is a health trust, it isn't a for-profit. All the revenue that comes in that a typical private company would be making off of those premiums goes back to fund the program. So it is unique in its application and really unique in the benefits that it provides to our employees. And going forward, I think it's a great discussion for our board to have and to advocate for sustainability and lower costs for our division and for all, because we know how important our staff is, and to make sure we have those supports for mental health and other issues that they might have in their time of need, and make sure we have adequate supports for them. So I think that future discussions we should have at a board ways that we can advocate as governors for help and support in those areas.
Thanks, Trustee Toon. Is there any other questions from board members? Okay, so thank you, Mr. Perry, for that presentation. Mr. Long moved the motion that the 2023-2024 budget for the Livingston Range School Division be approved by the Board of Trustees for submission to Alberta Education. All of those in favor? That is passed. Okay. Yeah, I think we will take lunch from 12:15 to 12:45, and then we will go back to F5. So we'll break at this time for lunch. Thanks. All right, here we go. I did. Okay, welcome back from lunch to the trustees. And welcome to our Livingston leaders. I'd like to make a motion that we suspend the rules and consider moving to item G2, our Livingston leader presentation, as they are here now. All in favor? Perfect, that is passed, so. Pardon me. So, we have our Livingston leaders here today. I'm guessing we don't have Eliza with us. We wish her a speedy recovery. But we have the Livingston leaders here to present to the Board of Trustees regarding the Livingston leaders. Every student can make a difference every day, reflecting on the year and sharing their successes, challenge, growth, and looking forward to the future and how they want to do more. So please come on up and welcome to the boardroom.
Hello, we're the Livingston leaders. We have our small group today. We are the executive. If we could go on with the slideshow. So we are leaders who strive to make a difference in our schools and communities, as we were introduced. Most of us are high school students, given our division. And with us today is our executive. So we're 5 students that make up the executive. My name is McKinley. I'm from Livingston School. Eliza is my teacher, I suppose, but unfortunately she could not be here today. I'm the secretary.
Hi, my name's Nadine, and I'm executive for CCHS, and my advisor is Miss Patterson, but unfortunately she is not here today.
Hi, I'm Cordelia, and I'm in communications for executive. I'm from FP Walsh, and I don't currently have a teacher advisor.
My name is Jasmine Anchoris. I'm from JT Foster, and I'm currently the vice president of our little committee here. My staff advisor for my school is Beverly McNutt. Sorry.
Hi, I'm Abigail Rigo. I'm from Matthew Halton High School. I'm the president of Livingston Leaders, and we also don't have a teacher advisor at the moment.
And I'm Alyssa Fisher. I'm the advisor for Willow Creek Composite High School, and Cassidy is our student rep who unfortunately couldn't be here today, but she is the treasurer.
So our purpose and vision, what do we do? From my perspective, Livingston Leaders has a big impact on our schools. We bring 5 students from every high school to talk about what we could do better for students, what we need to do more, what we need to do less, and how we can make a change as students on our own.
We just work to create better leaders and just give the kids that come to our meetings and our conferences better skills to just kind of bring back to their own schools and really embrace that student leadership aspect and really just create a positive student body experience.
Here are some photos from our Gladstone Ranch retreat. This was in October, and it was, I believe, a 3-day retreat. So we participated in the virtual C-SLIC conference this year for Canadian student leaders, and we listened to lots of keynote speakers. We got lots of ideas. We stayed overnight, and we did some team building activities. So yeah, and we brought lots of ideas back to our schools from that.
So we've done a couple meetings this year. One of them was here, embracing student leadership and connecting with others. And then, and it was a positive experience. It helped a lot of us bring quite a few leadership skills back to our school.
So here are sale photos from the leadership conference. This was just at the beginning of May, so very recent. I think I'm the only executive member, and she participated, but I led a breakout session with some other Livingstone leaders from Walsh. So this year we came up with a Southern Alberta Interscholastic Leadership group and conference. So this year we hosted a large leadership conference at the Lethbridge College, and we led some different breakout sessions, and we had a keynote speaker from Ontario, and yeah, I think they learned a lot, and we had different topics. Our theme this year was impacting voices, or building voices and impacting lives. So.
Hello? Okay, there we go. So at Livingston School, this year we haven't had much of a leadership presence because a lot of our leadership group from last year has stepped down or is moving on with their education. So this year we've been trying to promote the leadership movement in our school, trying to recruit, let's say, some of our younger students. And this year we've had a few events put on by them, and we've just trying to direct a new, let's say, vision for our leadership in Livingston School. We're not only trying to bring that back up into our school, but we're also trying to redefine what leadership means to us. As a K-12 school, COVID really hit us hard. There's been a lot of division between each ends of our school. And quite recently, all of the leadership events have been more targeted towards high school students. So right now, we're trying to just focus on what we can do to make every student's voice heard and not just on one side or the other. We're also trying to find a balance between not having teachers take on too much responsibility, but also having the students take up responsibility without feeling like they're being overpressured or feeling like they're being pushed too hard. We're working on creating that stronger environment that allows all student voices to be heard and just celebrating that without feeling judged. At Matthew Halton High School, our student council and our leadership committee has grown tremendously in the past year. Last year, we had probably 3 or 4 students that were coming every week to our meetings. This year, we're close to probably 20, and it is great. Our executive team is me, Mia, Ella, Peter Van Bussel. And there's only 4 of us, but that's just because Livingston Leaders is a big step up from our student council. Our goal is to cultivate active wellness within our school community. To do so, we've put on activities like a banana split day or PJ days at least once a month. We have a semester, and we always have presentations on mental health and bettering yourself as a leader. Or mainly when it comes to final season, and there are days where we have cart snacks we bring. It helps everyone grow to be a better person and to be able to manage their stress. And as a leadership committee, we always know how it feels to be a student.
All right, my turn. JT Foster spent a lot of last year working on recruiting. Our student leadership really kind of died down. It was mostly composed of the same kids from the same graduating class. So when they all left, it was really hard to get these activities up and running, especially because the kids coming in had never seen the kind of school spirit that we had developed previously. And so we've got a new group of fresh faces, and these kids are just, they're fantastic. Really, it is. From a mentorship point of view, it's really fantastic to see that they don't need as much guidance as some people might expect. And I think that a lot of the skills that they've picked up from Livingston leaders is helping contribute to that. Because we've got some of the senior highs kind of taking on more mentorship roles as well amongst our newer junior high faces, and it really makes me excited as a person who's been in student leadership with JT Foster her entire junior high school career, to see and hope and be, I guess, confident that our student leadership will carry on. And a major part of that for me personally is our Relay for Life. We're the only school in the division that carries that on, and these kids are just, they've taken it on with a minimal time frame, and that is one event that we are really, really, really excited to be putting on.
So at Walsh, we have around 30 leadership students, and 6 of which are in Livingstone leaders this year. And our teachers, although we don't have an advisor right now, they've worked really hard to help us and support us through all of our meetings and fundraising and etc. Here's some of the events that we've had. One that I can talk about is Walsh's annual talent show. Because of the cold weather in the winter, we had to cancel it and postpone it because of the lack of people coming to school. But I think we handled that pretty well because we had it again in February, and we kind of changed everything from a Christmas theme to like just a kindness week thing. Our social media team, I think, is pretty strong this year. We have a plan and we meet every few months, and our posting is getting pretty consistent, and it really helps for our advertising in events. Yeah.
At CCHS, our student leadership has grown tremendously since last year. We have much more of a presence within our school, and we've put on some extremely successful activities led by students. One of which is happening this week, and it's our student gala, and many of the different classes, including foods, leadership, music, cosmetology, they're all putting this on together, and it's been like a huge boost of success because we've been advertising this for months, and this has been coming up, and all of us are extremely excited for it. We've also put on some successful dances, spirit weeks, and a couple food drives that went really well.
So at WCCHS, we have a small group of mostly junior high students that are working together to help build a sense of community in our school. Some of our really successful activities that we have done this year have been our Spirit Week, which runs sort of for a week long of activities in October or late September, just to get students interested in different clubs that we have running at our school. We do our reindeer games and toy drive in December, and there's a picture there from some of the toys we collected. Community. We provide free hot chocolate, and this year, for the first time, we're doing ice cream deliveries to cheer students during exam weeks, because those are rough weeks to get through. And kindness campaign and snowball was something we do in February. The snowball was a dance. The first one we've done, we did a junior high dance, which went over very, very well. We also had Cassidy, who is our Livingston leader rep. She did mental health presentations to all the junior high classes. This was an idea that came from the CSLIC conference. And we have student ambassadors for our newcomers, or English as an additional language students. We have students within our group that show them around the school, introduce them to other students, and just sort of orientate them to the culture in Claresholm as well as our school culture.
So in the future, aka next year, we're wanting to ongoing our learning with Livingston leaders. So this means conferences, workshops, and other things that we could do as a team to grow us to be stronger and better. We want to make sure that our students are engaged. By doing this, we're going to plan a division-wide activity and challenge. Right now, this week, Livingston Leaders actually has a division-wide challenge going on. At every high school, there will be a banana split day, where you could bring a banana or $2 and receive a banana split. The school that has the most is the winner, and we're still deciding what the prize is, but they definitely get to flaunt it all over the division. And we always want to inspire more students and add to our strong leadership foundation. Next slide, please. Does anyone have any questions?
Well, thank you, girls, so much for being here and presenting to us. It's a lot of exciting things going on. And we know you guys are busy and have to get back, but do we have any questions or comments for some of our leaders? We'll go to Trustee Hodges first.
Yes, thank you very much for coming and sharing today. I have to say this is one of my favorite presentations is when you guys come to present to the board and tell us all the leadership skills that you've developed and what you're developing with the younger grades and working in your schools and just building that capacity throughout the division. I appreciate all the hard work you guys do, and I can see it in your faces, and it's just really great to hear that you're supporting all students and wanting to become leaders, and so thank you.
Thanks, Trustee Hodges. Other trustees? Go ahead, Trustee Toon.
Yeah, just, excuse me, want to thank you guys for all your hard work. I get to see all your school's Facebook pages, and they're constantly putting out all the amazing activities you guys are doing, and that's such an amazing thing to put on all that hard work and effort, because it really gets your schools excited and involved, and really I can see all the raise in school spirit that you guys have brought by all your hard work and dedication, so thank you guys.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Go ahead, Trustee Yegas.
I want to thank you for coming, and it's great to see the future leaders of our communities and our province in you. You all are very articulate and have some great ideas, so thank you very much. Thank you for taking part. That's the most important part. Thank you.
Thank you. So we get the opportunity to go to school councils, and we also meet in your schools. We meet your principals, and I've got 3 boys who go to FP Walsh, and a lot of the celebrations that we hear about are actually organized by the Livingston Leaders. And just we want you guys to know that you're making a huge difference, and it sounds like you know that, but we just want you to know that we are hearing about the things you're doing and seeing it in the schools too, and we're so proud of the leaders you are and look forward to seeing what you do in the future. So thank you guys so much for coming. Okay, that was excellent. So we will go back in order for our agenda. We're going all the way back to F5, trustee timesheet and expense claims. Trustee Long, do you want to take over for this one? Do you want to chair this one just because it's a motion I'm moving? I can read it if you want, or you can. Go ahead. Okay.
Trustee timesheets and expense claims. Education Act Section 33(1) outlines the board's responsibilities. Section 33(1)I requires that school boards ensure effective stewardship of the board's resources. It is not the responsibility of the Secretary-Treasurer to interpret or rule on expense claims, professional development claims, or the appropriateness of various trustees' requests or expenses. Furthermore, this responsibility is not listed under the role of the chair, vice chair, or role of the trustee. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees form a trustee timesheet and expense claim committee consisting of 3 trustees to review and approve all trustee timesheet and expense claims on a monthly basis. This committee would have the ability to make changes to timesheets and deny claimed expenses with a written explanation being sent to the individual trustee. If the trustee disagrees with the committee's decision, it can be disputed through board motions at a future board meeting. Would you like to speak to this, Trustee Poitras?
Yes, please. Thank you for that. So as we have made changes to our remuneration and had some unclear situations, our secretary treasurer has reached out to me as chair to help differentiate some claims, and as it is not listed under the role of the chair, I felt uncomfortable with that, or under the vice chair, or as a role of the trustees. And I know Mr. Perry stated that he did not feel comfortable having to make these decisions. And so based on, I'm really sorry, based on information from the Education Act, thank you, and the recommendation of our lawyers, I would move that we create this committee as soon as possible and put their responsibilities into action.
Are there any questions or discussion? Trustee Yegas?
Am I given to understand that you want this to be a standing committee?
Trustee Poitras?
Yes, this would be a standing committee, and it would be under their roles and responsibilities to review the timesheets and expense claims every month in time for them to get to payroll. So.
Go ahead, Trustee Yegas.
Then I'd like to make the amendment to include form a trustee timesheet and expense claim standing committee.
Do you take that as a friendly amendment?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Just in the timing of all this, we're pretty tight timelines on approval for our timesheets, just with the current dates that we have set out from when we have to have them submitted to payroll and when the pay period is. So just cognizant of that, if we go forward with this, I don't see that the current format of when they are submitted and when they are approved and paid out would suffice for getting them reviewed. Is the recommendation that this committee could meet virtually? Are you going to electronically send all this out, or is this something where you envision being in person and seeing the physical printout copies, or what would you see with that?
Trustee Poitras, would you like to respond?
Absolutely. As with most committees, we don't dictate whether they have to meet in person or online. In my own visioning of this, if I was on this committee, I would imagine that as it is tight, you would meet together at the end of the month, on the last Friday of the month, virtually, and I imagine you would all review the timesheets before coming to the meeting, and then if anyone had any concerns or questions, those would be discussed at the meeting, and a decision would be made on whether or not the claim would be denied or approved. That is how I would envision it, but again, I wouldn't put that into the motion because I think when a standing committee is formed, it is up to them to then decide what's convenient for them, how and when they should be meeting and setting out their own terms of reference. And if they needed to make a change to the timeline, I think that they would make that request to the board. So that's how I envision it when I brought this motion forward.
Any other questions or discussion? Trustee Gimber?
So I understand one of the reasons that this came up is because there's been differing interpretations of the policies that we have in place right now, the wording of them. And I feel like this might be a little bit, we need to amend those policies before we can put the responsibility on trustees to interpret those. So I'm just concerned that this is being, I don't know what the alternative is, to be honest with you, but I think that there's more work that needs to be done before, like in addition to this.
Trustee Yegus?
I think our policy is very clear on, in terms of remuneration. There is a separate part for it, there's an appendix on it, and I don't know how much more detailed we can get on this, but I think for right now, it is quite clear in terms of how we are remunerated.
Okay, we have Trustee Poitras.
Yeah, I agree with Trustee Gimber that there has been some misunderstandings or the policy has been perceived differently. And I think that by taking this as a first step and having a committee review it, if there's something that continues to come up month after month, and then that would draw attention to it, and the committee would then bring it forward and say, there's clearly a misunderstanding by one or multiple trustees in this area, and we need to direct policy or bring it to the board to have the wording changed, to have it be looked at. So I agree with you that I understand what you're saying, and I view this as one way to have the committee's eyes on those different timesheets and expense claims so that those misconceptions can be kind of flushed out and cleared up.
Trustee Hodges?
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with Trustee Poitras and also what Trustee Gimber said, and we just approved some policy changes that I think will make things a lot clearer too. So because there was misinterpretation, I think the policies that we approved earlier, like at the last board meeting and even today, that will clear up some of this. But I agree with the aspect of it that having eyes on it, and if something like Trustee Poitras said is repeatedly happening, then there's obviously an area in our policy that does need to be cleaned up, and we can adjust it and present it to the board that way, I think. So I think because we govern ourselves, this is something that I think would be good for us. And yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Trustee Toon?
Thank you, Chair. I agree that there's some great benefits to do this, but I hear Trustee Gimber's concern on not necessarily being all on the same page with certain policies and how they're interpreted. I would request that the motion include a orientation at an upcoming committee of the whole on timesheets and expenses, because I think that'll be very telling as we review them all as a board, what we all see as our understanding of our policy as it sits now. And if there is a difference of opinion, we're not setting up this new standing committee to fail right from the start with half the board thinking something is interpreted one way or interpreted the other way. And I think the committee of the whole is a great place to do that and to get a refresher, because I know it's been a while since we've had some of these discussions about it. And for new trustees, it was done at a time with a lot of other information. So.
Thank you. Any other comments? Trustee Gimber?
Point of clarification.
Yes.
Is that an amendment, Trustee Toon?
Yes, I'd make the amendment to include an in-service of expense claim forward and expense claim forms and remuneration policy at a future committee of the whole meeting. I know I apologize, it's a really long wordy motion as it already states, but I think that this will set us up for success. And remuneration policy.
Trustee Poitras, do you accept that as friendly?
Yep, I do. Sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead, Trustee Kimber.
I think that there's been a lot of the, there's concern, I have concern with the format of our timesheets. There is too many ways to enter things. There's not enough lines to properly reflect things. That's one of the reasons the motions have come forward to split out professional development and the external committees. So in addition to this, I think that we are at a time where there needs to be some kind of either explanation about it at this in service, or there needs to be some kind of an amendment to it to allow for different lines for recording travel to one place or travel to another place when one's covered one way and one's covered another, and different interpretations of the policy.
Are there any other questions or discussion? Then I call the question. Sorry? Oh, you can close. I was going to close for you.
Thank you. So again, I just want to reaffirm that although we might not have a perfect understanding of our policies, or we might not all be on the same page, this is one way to shed light on that situation. And this responsibility is currently falling on the shoulders of our secretary treasurer, where it does not belong, and he does not feel comfortable with it continuing with that. And according to our legal advice, this is the best way to move forward. So for those reasons, and because the Education Act does state that we do govern ourselves, I think that this is a very important motion that we need to pass so that we can take this responsibility on as a board.
All right. Now I call the question. The motion is
Point
of order. Go ahead, Trustee Yegus.
Thank you. I was just going to ask for it to be reread, but you're doing it, so.
Sorry, say that again.
I just want you to read it.
Oh, yeah. That the Board of Trustees form a trustee timesheet and expense claims standing committee consisting of 3 trustees to review and approve all trustee timesheet and expense claims on a monthly basis. This committee would have the ability to make changes to timesheets, deny claimed expenses with a written explanation being sent to the individual trustee. If the trustee disagrees with the committee's decision, it can be disputed through board motion at a future board meeting. To include an in-service of expense claims forms and remuneration policy at an upcoming meeting of the whole. All those in favor? Opposed? Passed.
Thank you. Vice Chair Long. Yes, Trustee Toon?
Just a quick question here. I know our remuneration committee doesn't include the chair as ex officio, seeing how this is kind of the similar type committee. We didn't list that it was or wasn't. Is this just seeking some clarity on that?
Trustee Hodges?
We don't have a remuneration committee. It's just audit now. And so our chair is part of that meeting. So it's going to be a little bit different. So I don't know if that changes what you were talking.
Go ahead, Trustee Toon.
Yeah, no, apologize, didn't use the word audit committee, but the chair isn't ex officio of audit committee. The chair is currently a member of audit committee. So my interpretation of this, and it might have been wrong, I tried to raise it before the vote, but it wasn't successful, was do we have 3 trustees and the chair? Because that could be the majority of the board because they're making a decision, because the point of having a chair as ex officio is information sharing. So to me, it wouldn't make sense to have the chair as ex officio on this committee because they're making an actual decision and making a ruling on something. So that's kind of the distinction on where you wouldn't have the chair necessarily on there, but that's my interpretation. I think we should clarify that.
Okay, can that be clarified in the terms and reference for this committee, or does that need to happen now? Go ahead, Trustee Hodges.
Yeah, I don't know if it can happen now or if, because this motion's already passed, but we could make the chair as part of the committee and not an ex officio. And then that would just be two other trustees along with the chair. So I don't know if that can happen here or if that's something that in their discussions with setting the terms of reference, we can do it then. Because the chair is the ex officio of all committees unless we make it part of it in the terms of reference.
Okay, Trustee Toon.
Yeah, just reading the motion, I don't see a ruling either way, so it's kind of uncomfortable to say the committee forms the terms of reference, and it doesn't state that the chair is one of those three. So, yeah, just something to be looked at in the future, to be a little more clear on what our ask is before we make the decision.
Would you like to put forward a second motion at this time to clarify that?
Sure, I'd motion arising that the composition of the trustee timesheets expense claim standing committee be three trustees and not include the chair as ex officio.
Perfect. We'll just give you a minute there. Go ahead, Trustee Toon.
Just a suggestion on process, since we have other things on the agenda for committees, possibly doing all the committee selection at the end of all the action items. That way, for process, if we're doing voting or what have you, we'd be doing it all at once, just kind of similar to an organizational meeting, just to have things run smoother, if that's okay.
Excellent idea. Thanks, Trustee Toon. So Trustee Toon is moving that we suspend the rules and consider creating this motion or creating this committee at the end of the meeting with any other committees that may need to be voted on at that time. Is that correct, Trustee? Okay, all in favor? Okay, thank you. So just for Nikki, we move to suspend the rules and or organize this committee at the end of the meeting.
Point of order, because this is gonna be voted on later, we still need to vote on the motion that Trustee Toon.
Yeah, so this motion has just come to the floor. We were just doing it out of order for a minute. So we have a subsequent motion arising from business, and the recommendation is that the compilation of trustee timesheet and expense claim standing committee be comprised of 3 trustees, not including the chair as ex officio. And just for clarity, that means the chair can sit on it as a member, but may not attend as ex officio if they are not a member. Okay. So Trustee Toon, did you want to speak more to that, or, okay, we'll just open it for any questions or concerns. And also, thanks, Nikki, for working so hard at following along. Questions or concerns or comments? Trustee Long?
I just wonder if the chair is not automatically a member of the committee. If you have a dispute and there's a grievance, would it not be better to have the chair on the committee as the chair?
Trustee Toon?
I think if there's a grievance, we have a process for grievance that is pretty explicit, and I think that's going to be looked at in the future as part of this process. I can see value in having the chair there, but I don't think it's necessary or to have it explicitly written. The chair in their role already has the responsibility to oversee the superintendent's expense claim form, and I don't want to, maybe future boards, the chair doesn't have interest in it or isn't something that they want to do. I'd rather have it be the choice of the chair if they want to be on it, as opposed to saying the chair must do this.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Trustee Hodges?
Just in the wording of the motion, should it say consists of 3 trustees, not including the chair? Because right now it just reads standing committee, 3 trustees. Yeah, consists of 3 trustees, not including the chair.
Thank you. Trustee Yegas? Sorry, just one sec, Trustee Yegas. Trustee Toon, are you comfortable with that? Okay, thank you. Trustee Yegas?
One of the reasons that we have a chair sitting in ex officio, if they're not part of that committee, is other than negotiations, because for whatever reasons, but is that so they know what is going on, and so that they don't come into a meeting and have things, you know, that they have a knowledge of what's happening in all committees, because they're going to have, they're the ones who have to make, control that part of it or at their meeting. So this is one of the reasons we have them sit ex officio. It's not to take part in the meeting, not to vote on the meeting or anything else, but it's just so that they have the knowledge of what is happening. And that's, and I feel that for a committee like this, it is important, because these are some important matters.
Thank you, Trustee Yegas. Trustee Gimber or Trustee Long? Did either of you have comments? Did we hear from Trustee Long? No? Okay. Okay, so the motion that's on the floor is that the composition of the trustee timesheet and expense claims standing committee consists of 3 trustees, not including the chair as ex officio. Trustee Toon, did you want to close on this? No? Okay, go ahead, Trustee Yegas.
Having said that, I would like to make I guess you could say, well, I can't make an amendment, because if I make an amendment to that, that's in direct opposite of what he is saying. So I guess we're going to have to make another motion on that later on. Yeah.
Okay, so with that, Trustee Toon did not want to close on it, so we'll call the question. Does anyone need me to read it one more time? You good? Okay, all of those in favor? Okay, that is passed. Or carried, either one. Okay, perfect. We will move on to F8. Education plan. Daryl Seguin, Superintendent, will review the 2023 to 2026 education plan for the Board of Trustees approval, and the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the 2023 to 2026 education plan for the Livingston Range School Division. This is being moved by Trustee Hodges, and I will turn it over to her or Superintendent Seguin to present on. Go ahead.
Thank you. As always, it's great to review our ed plan, and that's presented so the public can see, and it's presented to the government. So, but at this time, I'll let our superintendent go over it in fine detail, as he's part of the bigger picture on this.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about our focus areas of the education plan for the next 3 years. So in addition to the input from various stakeholder engagements that happened this year, this plan was created with more school-based administrator input than I've experienced before. And I'll talk to you a little bit about that as we move through the document. As you know, well, Nikki, let's go to page 3. As you know from previous years, our vision, mission, and core values are foundational to everything we do in our school division. How we establish our priorities, how we allocate our resources, and how we spend our time. Let's move to page 5. One of the things that is a requirement of the division education plan is that we take into consideration the Alberta Education Outcomes listed there. So that's part of the ministry's business plan. And so their priorities are Alberta students are successful, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit students in Alberta are successful, Alberta has excellent teachers, school leaders, and school authority leaders, and Alberta's K-12 education system is well governed and managed. So certainly you'll see how those are infused through the outcomes and the strategies that we've established in our education plan as well. The next section here talks about some of the specific stakeholder engagements that the board has undertaken or the division has undertaken this year. And so every year, our communications, culture, and engagement coordinator presents some thoughts and ideas, gathers trustee input, and then finalizes a stakeholder engagement plan for the year. And so this past year, we talked to our stakeholders around the future year's calendars, the budget priorities, which Mr. Perry shared with you when he presented the budget, the staff pulse check survey, our measurable results assessment is another perception survey that we use and have a lot more participation in that perception survey than we do any other survey. And finally, this year, specific to this year, was some engagements around Grantham and Nanton schools. Now, on the next page, in addition to those, let's go one more, please, Nikki. In addition to those kind of more focused engagements that happened this year, we have ongoing engagement opportunities, and I've listed a few of them in the education plan here today. So trustees sit on and attend each of the school councils out there in our school division and listen to stakeholders and take that input back to the larger board. They also lead the regional school council meeting, which is a meeting that happens 3 times a year with groups of parents throughout our school division. In addition, we have other committees, other engagements that we hear other voices in our school division. So First Nations, Métis, and Inuit Staff Working Committee consists of a representative from each of our schools that meets regularly, supported by division office staff, to make sure that we are hearing that Indigenous perspective and voice and building capacity out there in all of our schools throughout the division. We also have representatives meet regularly with Mr. Kuzik in regards to literacy and numeracy committees and provide some advice and examine data and make some suggestions for strategies going forward. So we take all of those input and engagements that happen throughout the year, and we also do a data analysis. And so the trustees held a data walk where trustees reviewed the jurisdictional data, which consists of all of those perception survey results, other conversations that have been had, as well as academic achievement data that is contained in our 21-22 annual education results report, and of course the Alberta Education Assurance measure as well. One other document that's been a driving factor has been the Student Success Plan. So a couple of years ago, we surveyed our stakeholders and asked them to help us define what success looks like in Livingstone Range School Division. And you can see on that brochure, on that one pager that Carly created there, 3 main themes kind of emerged from that engagement. And we've been working at trying to improve in those areas over the years. So engagement, so the interest of our kids and involved in their courses, the broad range of courses, that sort of thing. Safe and caring environments was a priority of our stakeholders, as was preparation for work or life after school. So some life skills, and we called that 21st century knowledge, skills, and attributes. Let's go to the next page. So we take all of those things into consideration when we do the results analysis, and we've had some priorities over the past few years around leadership, culture, and academics. And this is where there's a little bit of a reset in terms of what the priorities are. Our administrators had a lot of input into approving and coming up with these 3 priority areas. So you'll find the wording in there is a little bit tweaked from in years past, but they felt like this is more specific and encompasses the work that we are trying to do in the school division. All right, if we move over to page 9, please. Yeah. So our first area in that of leadership, we want our students in Livingston Range School Division to develop the mindsets, behaviors, and skills to be effective lifelong leaders. And the measure that we're really focusing on is listed there in number 1. LRSD student leadership, as measured by the Measurable Results Assessment, will increase from 69% to 80%. Now, when our administrators first suggested these targets, I was a little nervous because that's a bigger gain than we've probably ever set. That's 11%. They reminded me that, Daryl, this is over the next 3 years. This is a 3-year plan. And they've also reminded me that we've established a system at our admin council meetings, which we just implemented in the spring and will continue in the fall, where we have administrators divided up into action teams that are focused on leadership, culture, and academics. And so by using kind of a distributed leadership model, regular monthly meetings where they're looking at the data, reviewing the strategies, and sharing that back with the larger group, they really felt that we could achieve this. And so we'll put the supports in place as senior admin. We'll try to remove the barriers to make sure that the agendas allow time for that work to happen. And we're really excited about where this can go. I know you've had a chance to look at the different strategies in there. One of them, of course, under leadership is our Livingston leaders. And we just heard a great presentation from the kids. You saw how enthusiastic they are and interested they are in having a voice in our school, in their schools, and in our school division. So that's one thing there. But in addition, we believe developing that personal leadership qualities and mindsets and skills happens through regular classroom opportunities for our kids to be involved, as well as at their school and in their community. And so you see some service opportunities, place-based opportunities where they can connect to their local community. We really want our students to be better at setting and achieving goals. And so that individual responsibility for their leadership there, and we'll help them to be able to do that. We've got character education. We think that's important to being a leader. And then, of course, in preparation for life after high school, we have lots of those pre-employment certifications that are happening. WMIS and first aid and avalanche training, depending on the area of careers that students want to get into. There's lots of pre-employment certifications. We've got dual credit opportunities as well. And as you know from previous board meetings, we have fantastic CTS teachers who our students participate and represent our school division really well in the skills competitions. And then the next page, Nikki has a balance, and we've broken it up this year to show kind of what our Alberta Education Assurance measures that we are focusing on trying to improve, as well as some local measures. So I took a little bit longer to go through that first section, but that's kind of the pattern that is used for each of the other areas. In the area of culture, so we want our schools to be welcoming, inclusive, supportive environments where students feel valued and actively engaged. The target there, you can see, is on the MRA, moving from 73 to 80%. Most of the strategies under this area would be tied back to Alberta Education's business plan number 2, where it's First Nations, Métis, and Inuit students are successful. So we want all of our students to have these, to be involved in schools that are welcoming, inclusive, and supportive environments. But many of the strategies are more specific in the next 3 years around our Indigenous students. We have, for example, a land-based camp that's happening. The second session has actually started today out at Peaks. The first section happened at Castle Mountain. I had an opportunity to watch some of the video from that, and they're creating a final version of the video. I'm really anxious to share it with you so you can see what that was like. But because we're all here today, we weren't able to invite you and some of senior admin to maybe go out there and to be part of that opening activity, but it is happening at Peaks all this week. So I'll just open up that invitation to you right now. If you do have some time, I'm sure we could give Joelle a heads up that you'd be coming out, and opportunity to see it in action out there with our elders doing a lot of the teaching and our kids, approximately 20 participating in each of those sessions. A lot of the efforts, like I said, here are focused around First Nations, Métis, and Inuit students being successful. So strategies have to deal with truth and reconciliation initiatives, the Indigenous Land-Based Camp, continuing our association with Rupert's Land Institute and the Métis Nation, the work that the board has agreed to do with Jordan's Principle in accessing federal dollars to provide additional supports for our Indigenous students. And then, of course, through the mental health priorities around some specific Indigenous mental health support workers too. And again, you can see the Alberta education and local measures that are there. I'll go through one more section. Okay, let's go to the next page, Nikki. This is again where our administrators had a lot of input into setting the academic goals there. So we want to improve provincial achievement test results from the current 62.2 up to 80% on the acceptable standard portion of the provincial achievement tests. Our -1 diploma results increasing from almost 68% there to 95% acceptable. And that's kind of where it was prior to COVID. And so it's kind of getting us back on track there. And then the -2 increasing from 69.4% to 85% acceptable standard as well by June of 2026. So this is again over the next 3 years. The strategies there will be specific professional development provided to our teachers through the inter-school collaboration days, as well as the different committees. Chad, as I mentioned, works very closely with our teachers, our representative teachers around literacy and numeracy in our school division. We've had a successful diploma prep program in the past, just started before COVID. Those that took that additional review period of time did better on the diploma exams. And so it's something that we're trying to get back going again this year. But that will continue over the next few years. In addition, our grade 6 provincial achievement test results were okay, but our grade 9s struggled, and they have for a number of years. And so we're looking at developing a similar preparation program for grade 9 provincial achievement tests. And then going back to having our students set and achieve goals themselves to be more involved in their learning, and our teachers working with them on achieving that. We have implemented, you'll see under the local measures there, some common jurisdictional assessments. So in the future, we would be able to come back and report to the board at, our grade 2 students are at this reading level, or however many of our grade 2 students showed growth this year in reading. So we'll have more data because we are implementing common assessments throughout the division. Let's go to page 13. This year, we took the opportunity to add this section to increase understanding of how our budget aligns with our priorities. And so there's specific priorities that were brought forward either by the board, suggested from senior admin, through the different stakeholder engagements. And we took those things into consideration as we developed that budget that Jeff presented to you earlier, and then included that in the education plan here as well. So, the pursuits programming, Jeff talked about the options, a broad range of programs for kids. So that continuing with that pursuits programming. targeted funds to support social emotional learning, and increased mental health supports for students. We've tried to use those reserves over a couple of years to allow us to continue to have smaller class sizes than many school divisions around the province, and additional classroom support as well. We've also aligned the desire around the culture section of this plan with truth and reconciliation efforts. So the land-based camp, the supports that we were talking about for our Indigenous students as well. And then carrying on with our success coaches, career practitioners off campus, all of those supports for students too, and so on. Let's see. I think, and then the budget section, last page, is just simply as part of the education plan, we need to have a link to the different financial reports, including the audited financial statements for our school division. And so this, this section just meets those requirements in the plan. And then also you see the IMR expenditure and capital plans section too. So Alberta Education gives us a little bit of a template in the funding manual about what needs to be included in our education plan, and so this document does meet those requirements, and I present that to you today and would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, Daryl. This it encompasses a lot, so I'll open it up to the board to ask a few questions, if there are any. Trustee Hodges, go ahead.
Thank you. The new section that you put in there this year, and just to show the public how we base our budgets, and this discussion around it and what we use, I think is a really important piece that maybe we had throughout our other whatever this document is called. I'm sorry, drawing ed plan. And so I think that this just really focuses it in, and it was through the document before, but it was never highlighted. And so I think it's a really good separate section to have in there now. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, yep. Trustee Hodges, yep.
No, I appreciate that feedback. I think, we knew kind of that we took those things into account and built the budget around them, but I think this makes it more explicit for sure.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Trustee Agus?
I'd just like to add the comment that thank you very much for all the work you and your staff have done, or your central office has done on this plan. It's a well-written plan. I find very easy, not only easy to read, but easy to understand. Okay, so thank you very much for your time and effort.
Thank you. Carly has a great way of putting all her thoughts, making them present really well. So I should give her credit as well for helping to make that so readable. I don't know if you noticed, compared to last year, we did pare it down a bit. There was a lot of other things in there as we reviewed the new kind of the requirements in the funding manual, what actually needed to be contained. Because this is a fairly new process, we had other things in there that were repeated in the fall when we did our AERR that were no longer necessary. So it's more condensed this year.
Thank you. Go ahead, Trustee Toon.
Thank you. No, I appreciate the report. I find it really easy to read and follow along. I think it's hard when there's so many amazing things going on to pick and choose what gets highlighted all the time, because it is also great. I also want to thank you for the new goals and benchmarks that are in there. I think it really clearly articulates to the public what we're striving to achieve as a division, and really will help benchmark, because I think those are well thought out goals that I know that you had a lot of input into from administration, and that that you have a plan in place. It's not just set a goal and we'll try to achieve that. You know that you can have the ability and the passion and the staff buy-in to achieve that. So really looking forward to continue on the great work that you and your staff do to achieve those goals.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you for presenting the ed plan. Yeah, 11%. It's lofty, but I think it's a huge priority for the board and for the stakeholders in the division, and we want to see that increase as well in those areas. And so I love seeing, making those big, bold statements and shooting for it and knowing that you're going to be trying to support the staff in that and break down any of those barriers as a board member is just exciting to see. So we are looking forward to that. The motion currently on the floor reads that the Board of Trustees approve the 2023-2026 education plan for the Livingston Range School Division, being moved by Trustee Hodges. All those in favor? That is carried. Trustee Hodges, did you want to close on that? I'm terribly sorry. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to move on to F9, which is the Rural Caucus budget being presented by someone. It says Trustee Toon will review the 2023-2024 membership cost proposed by the Rural Caucus of Alberta School Boards. And the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees of Livingstone Range School Division pay a recovery cost of up to $799.14 to the Rural Caucus. Can I get someone to make this motion? Is that Trustee Toon?
I think Trustee Long raised his hand there, and I'm not actually the rep for our board for this, so I think that he's the one that's going to present it, but I will fully support him doing that.
Okay, so Trustee Long, will you be moving this?
Sure.
Okay, thanks, Trustee Long. Sorry for the confusion. I just think either of you would do a great job, so we'll turn it to you, Trustee Long.
And I'm not sure what to do. I have sent this on to you. I apologize. I've only been to, making an excuse for myself, to one meeting. So I'm not experienced at this at all. I'm not sure how you present this budget to people. Do I just read it to you, or?
So we've all had a chance to review the budget. I don't know if at your last meeting they spoke to why the budget is the $799, or we could also speak to the fact that that is the max amount that it would be, but it could in fact be less than that. I don't know if there's another trustee who would like to speak more to this to help Trustee Long out.
I would appreciate that.
But Trustee Toon said he would love to jump in. I mean, he didn't say it, but with the raise of his hand, he did.
No, I appreciate Trustee Long's representation on this. I think that this is one of the best value for our dollars that we get as a corporate board, our representation here, and it's just a cost recovery. As you can see, it's not a lot. Our actual cost was $400 and some this year, and this is just approving a maximum. For this, we get multiple meetings. Most of them are virtual to help with costs from across the province, so we don't have to pay, and we try and get rooms donated whenever possible. So room rental is expensive for those couple of times a year that we have the in-person. I really think that we have great discussion when we bring all the rural voices from across the province, because we have a lot of similarities in our challenges, whether we're northern or southern. Just being the fact that we help represent rural students in rural divisions, we find more similar than we do different amongst the province. And so great discussion that we have when we come together, and we get multiple meetings a year with the minister where our chair and vice from that group get to have FaceTime with the education minister and advocate for and behalf on rural education issues. And we've seen a lot of things from the current government get implemented that directly benefit rural students in rural education. So again, thank the board for the support on this. It's a great group for our division to be a part of. And again, thank Trustee Long for being our rep there.
Thanks, Trustee Toon. Is there any other questions around this budget or how it works, the difference between the $799 and the $400, or go ahead, Trustee Hodges.
I guess I just kind of wonder how they came up with the $799 when last year it was, I had to go back and look in my email here because I can't read it up there. Around the $400. Is there more initiatives that you feel like they're setting out to move forward on? I know there was the new website and initiatives going that way, which I think is amazing. And anytime I've attended a rural caucus meeting, it is good to hear the conversations in the room. I think they need to be more explicit in who's all invited to those sometimes, because I don't think they realize that some of the meetings all trustees can attend. And so I think that there needs to be more emails articulating that we would like trustees to attend these meetings, because I feel like there can be bigger conversations happening at that point too. So I just wondered where the $799 came from, because it was budgeted so much lower last year, and if there was the potential of more initiatives moving forward.
Go ahead, Trustee Toon.
Yeah, so Trustee Hodges is correct. The website is additional cost that we're incurring doing that, and doing more social media awareness and things like that is what the plan is. Part of it was previously in COVID, there wasn't really any in-person meetings, so there wasn't really any cost. So that's why it was significantly lower, was what the actual was. But that is the top, has been stated, that's the top. Really, we won't get the bill for a year from now, and it's really a amazing job, the amount of our staff that we don't have paid staff. There's a little bit of help that happens with the chair. Their board helps out with a secretary, and are the banker board for this group. So really they take all the expenses, and then at the end, the boards that have expenses, mainly being the executive there, get reimbursed. Their boards do for the expenses on there. So it's a really lean, tight running ship, and appreciate all the work that everybody does, because there's a lot of volunteer stuff that goes into making these groups such a success, as Trustee Yeagas would know.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Go ahead, Trustee Yeagas.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. But just to answer specifically on that, if you look at the first one, the actual cost recovery, remember that year was COVID, and they weren't meeting in person. When you start meeting in person, you've got to start paying for rooms, and you know what it's like, the cost of rooms in the city. So that is, there's a large amount there, so that is why I think the cost has really gone up. Okay.
Thank you, Trustee Yeagas. Trustee Toon.
Yeah, and with that, we've been fortunate since making this budget that our upcoming spring meeting, we don't have to pay anything for the room again for the spring meeting. So they might be in the fall. So already they're constantly doing as much as they can to keep the costs low for this group.
Okay, thank you very much. If there's no further questions or comments, seeing none, Trustee Toon or Trustee Long, did you want to close on this, or are you okay? Okay. So the motion is that the Board of Trustees of Livingston Range School Division pay a recovery cost of up to $799.14 to the Rural Caucus. All those in favor? That is carried. Okay, and we just have one more item. F10 is our PSBAA membership. The Board of Trustees had a presentation by PSBA on May 8th, 2023. The board will discuss potential membership. There's no current recommendation on this. We didn't have any numbers. So I would move that we table this until our next meeting. Go ahead, Trustee Toon.
Actually have a recommendation that I kind of thought of. I think it's important that we as a board have as much information as we can to make this decision. And I don't think it's just about the numbers that are out there, the cost of membership. So I would propose the recommendation be that the Board of Trustees create a committee to explore additional costs of membership of PSBAA and present that at a future board meeting. Just some of the initial, I can save it for if it's approved as a motion, go more in depth.
Sure, okay. So I will withdraw my tabling, as we didn't really quite get to it anyways. That's okay, it has to be voted on. So Trustee Tunis put forward a motion to create a committee to explore the cost of PSBAA. This would be an ad hoc committee. Okay, so we have, this is our recommendation. It's being moved by Trustee Toon. So I will let Trustee Toon speak to it.
Thank you. We had a great presentation from PSBAA, and some of us for a long time have seen a lot of the great work that they have done as a group, but I think that there's a lot more that we need information to go into this, making a decision, what the cost would be and what possibilities of it could look at as additional meetings and time. And I know that they've stated that a lot of their meetings are in person because they prefer that connection and that. So really, I think it wouldn't take more than a meeting or two at most of this committee to just look back and then see kind of what, based on policy, what of attending ASBA and mirroring that kind of structure, what that would look like in costs and bring that forward to another board meeting.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Trustee Agus?
I was just wondering if Trustee Toon had a date when he would like this to come to fruition.
I think it would, if possible, if we could have the information for our September board meeting. I think it's important that we have the information before our upcoming organizational meeting, but open to any other suggestions if you think it needs to come sooner or later or whatever the board feels is appropriate.
Did you want to add that to the motion? Neither? Okay.
There has to be a start date on it for an ad hoc committee, but yeah, I just think there needs to be a guideline on there. Well, it doesn't have to be in the motion, but there should be a guideline on when this information is going to be brought back to the board.
Yeah, and a committee starts as soon as the motion is passed, so it would need an end date if that needs to be specified, but not specifically in the motion. Go ahead, Trustee Toon.
I'd leave it open just in case there's, for some other reason, we need administration to seek out some more additional information, or if we are waiting for PSBAA for some information, it might take longer. So I think everybody wants to have this come forward quicker, but having creating other committees today, I think it makes sense for us to not table this, to have this committee created so we can make a decision.
Okay, any other questions or comments from other board members? Okay, just for me personally, hearing Trustee Toon say, you know, it's probably just one meeting. It'll probably only take one meeting to get some of this information and reflect back. I personally think creating an ad hoc committee for something you could do in one meeting, I would just add it to our next meeting of the whole and get that information together while we're there, and rather than have an ad hoc committee for one meeting that you're going to gather that information. I don't think there's too much to be gathered, and I think it's just a discussion that we need to have. So for that reason, I would not vote in favor of this, just so people know how I'm voting and why. Trustee Toon, did you want to close on that item?
Sure, thank you, Chair. I appreciate the limited discussion we had. I know that this is something that we've had on our radar for a long time and had a few presentations, but I know certain times have changed. Just with looking at the cost of it. The committee of the whole is a possibility. I think there's just a lot of policy implications that can be happen with this decision, and it doesn't say to work on policy with this, but not just saying this cost is this, because there's multiple ways that the board could say. An example I would give is boards that say any board member can attend ASBA or PSBAA events at all times, and what is that cost versus saying we have a rep, and what the structure of that would look like, and based on the meeting. So again, it's not going to take a lot of meetings, but I think I like assigning homework to people and not having to do it all as a group in a meeting. It can speed up things a little bit, but that's just my personal preference. Thanks.
Okay, thanks for sharing your homework stance. So the motion currently reads that the Board of Trustees create an ad hoc committee to explore the cost of PSBAA, being moved by Trustee Toon. All in favor? Okay, that is carried. And did you want to move that we suspend the rules and consider creating this committee at the end of the meeting also? All those in favor? Okay. We have Leanne wow. We have, I know, we do have a couple more, but we have Leanne here, and so I think we'll move, or I would move that we suspend the rules and consider moving to G9 as we have our presenter here now. G3 is what I meant by G9. All those in favor of that? Perfect. So if you need to, yep. So we have Leanne Feller here with our early learning inclusive learning coach, and she will be providing the board with an update on the work being accomplished throughout the division. Leanne, thank you so much for being here and for flexing your schedule a bit for us today. That's why we put a few trustee issues and, motions in between, so that now you're exciting kid stuff again. Yeah, just, you can't hear the presenters on the recording if they don't use the mic.
Okay,
so.
thanks. Oh, that's really nice.
There
Thanks.
it is, yeah.
All right. So early learning in Livingstone Range has been really exciting this year, and being new to the position was a welcome, an exciting change and challenge for me, and I've learned a lot along the way. So I'll share some of the things that have been happening with you as the year went on. So currently in Livingstone Range, we have 2 licensed preschools. We have one at a Canyon School, and it has a capacity of 20 students. Another one at Horace Allen has 23 students. And these ones are both licensed, so therefore they are funded partially by an affordability grant, and through that parents can apply for a subsidy as well. So families making anywhere up to $180,000 can apply for extra subsidy to send their children to preschool as well, which is very nice because basically the students that attend those preschools get to go for almost free. So it's very nice. We have one other early learning site, the Little Owls at AB Daily, and they have a capacity of 22 students, but they chose not to go with licensing at this time because they wanted to be able to offer full-day kindergarten on the opposite days of their own kindergarten, and you can't do that if you're licensed. So they chose to avoid the licensing for this time and maybe entertain it again in the future. So across the division this year, we had a total of 231 kinders, and you can see we had the most between AB Daily and Canyon, and we had 3 different classes at WA Day as well. So we had lots of early learners happening in kindergarten as well. So in the preschools and in the kindergarten classes, we have about 47 students between the 2 that are coded moderate to severe, and they're supported through program unit funding, as well as 35 students between the pre-K and the kindergarten that are coded mild and moderate, so they receive a bit of extra support with funding as well. We have our own SLP, Wendy Thompson, for a 1.0 that supports us in program unit funding, as well as we use about a 0.2 of our other speech pathologists through the Southwest Collaborative Group. We also have support from the OT, the PT, the deaf and hard of hearing teacher, and an audiologist that supports us through that as well. This was exciting, my first chance at an audit go around, and our files got selected for audit in December and had to wait till April to find out that they actually all got 100% approved. So that was stressful, but good news. So here's some historical data around program unit funding in Livingston Range. So in 2019-20 school year, we had around 76 students supported with program unit funding across the division. And as you can see, we've slowly declined between 51 and now we're sitting at about 47 for this year and projected for next. You're probably wondering why we went from so many to only that number now. And there's a few things that we can suspect probably happened with that. Of course, COVID was one thing. So all the screenings that would typically happen in order to identify students that could use extra support weren't happening. The screenings couldn't be happening, so therefore lots of students were not being identified. But perhaps the biggest reason was the coding criteria changed. So in the past, in 2019-20 and prior to that, students that had a severe articulation delay or even just a moderate articulation delay would qualify as a code 47, which would receive full funding. Then they changed that. So it can't, articulation delays no longer qualify, or unless it's a severe phonological delay, they only qualify as mild moderate, which is a significant change in funding from about between $15,000 to $17,000 to about $2,400. So with that change in funding, we can't identify as many, and we know it really impacts their learning because the biggest predictor of early literacy success is in terms of phonological awareness, and they're not being funded in the same way in order to target that, but we're still providing support for them because we know it's important. So we just went through our spring developmental check-ins in May. So every school that has kindergarten age students hosts a developmental check-in. Some of our sites use the ages and stages questionnaire, which probably lots of your children went to before, but they just cycle through different centers and they look at their gross motor, their fine motor, their communication, their problem solving, and then they're screened for if anybody needs early intervention or further assessments from there. And other sites use the EYE evaluation, the early years evaluation, direct assessment instead, which I'm going to talk about a little bit more. So the direct assessment is done with 4-year-olds that will be entering kindergarten in order to target them for intervention earlier than once they've walked into the classroom doors. So all our schools use the teacher assessment for their report card in kindergarten. So the direct assessment is a really nice beginning for us because it aligns with the assessment that they're going to use for report card, and they can start targeting their instruction and their interventions ahead of time. And with the early years evaluation comes a whole bunch of resources that help support the areas that are identified. We can go past that one, Nikki, I think. So Horace Allen did pilot it in their early learning this year so that we can start seeing if it even is helping if 3 and 4-year-olds are screened sooner as well, but we don't have the follow-up data yet. So with the DA, we get a good report that is so comprehensive. So every family, as they leave, the direct assessment is different from the ages and stages in that families don't participate with the student. The families wait outside, the student is done assessed by the teacher, and then the family comes back in and debriefs and adds their personal information to the assessment. And it tends to be a lot more accurate than the ages and stages in terms of lots of parents perceive what their children can do a lot differently than what the educators feel like they can do or notice that they can do. So then every family is given an assessment like this that tells them clearly where the student might have some need for intervention upon entering kindergarten. And the teacher can then use this to inform their instruction when September comes and get started off and running right off the bat. So our results from the initial assessment this year from all the sites that did use the DA, it gives us a nice comprehensive report of how many students are coming to us that are going to need extra assistance in those areas. I think we can go, yeah. So associated with this is the TA assessment that I referred to that the teachers are using in kindergarten for first report card. And it comes with a really, really nice, nice report for families. So this year, we've only done the November one. Our May one closes in 2 days, so I couldn't bring you the post data, unfortunately. But we've screened 129 or 119, 219 students so far this year, and then we'll do the same follow-up with the 219 before the end of this month comes. So once they use the TA, they get a nice report like this. Each school would have their own individual one, so every teacher would know this is Livingstone Range as a whole, but each teacher gets their own so that they would know where their cohort of students are at. And it's very handy because this would have a name associated with each student, and therefore they could take anyone who had reds or yellows and start targeting that instruction early on in the year. So lucky for us, we get to have 3 collaborative learning days together as an ECS group. So we come together on 3 dates throughout the year, and we take a look at what our professional learning needs are. So this year we spent, at our first one, we spent a long time interpreting those I results and coming up with plans for targeted interventions and how we were going to move forward with that. We spent time with Dr. Deb Cara doing early literacy sessions. We had our OT and our SLPs come and take us through some sensory regulation and executive functioning, communication in the classroom with our speech pathologists. And then we had Southwest come and go through the new curriculum with us and come up with activities for thinking tasks. So next year, this is the plan we're hoping moving forward, is we want to try to move to all 4-year-olds that are going to be entering kindergarten having the EYEDA assessment rather than the ages and stages. So we'd keep the ages and stages for the 2-3-year-olds, but we'd like to move to anyone entering kindergarten having that so that we can have a more informed plan as a cohort. We also are excited that we're going to be piloting the Leader in Me for the early learning curriculum at 3 of our sites. They're going to get some professional learning from Alicia Parsons, and it's free, which is really exciting, from Franklin Covey. And they're going to come, she's going to come in June and do some training with our early learning educators, and then we'll pilot the new curriculum next year. We're also going to get some professional development around the Rupert's Land early learning activities. They're going to come and do a session with us. We're going to continue on with the early literacy and language-rich classrooms, as well as our sensory and emotional regulation. We're going to really, really try to get more families to enroll in our early learning programs prior to the year starting kindergarten. Lots of the students aren't going to the early learning programs in different communities, so we're coming up with ways to try to, beat the bushes and find more students to join us early on. And we're going to also try to screen more closely to find those gap areas and students that were maybe missing in the preschool and kindergarten classrooms right off the bat in September. All right, now I want to show you some of the awesome things that are happening around the division with early learning. So it's just a quick little 3-minute video. We'll go for that.
You're better than the best. I'm lucky just to linger in your light. Cooler than the flip side of my pillow. That's right. Completely unaware. Nothing can compare to where you send me. Lets me know that it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. In the moments where my good times start to fade, you make me smile like the sun, fall out of bed, sing like a bird, dizzy in my head, spin like a record, crazy on a Sunday night. You got a friend in me. You've got a friend in me. When the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed, you just remember what your old pal said. Yeah, you've got a friend in me. Baby, you've got a friend in me. You got a pal in me. You've got a friend in me. You got your troubles, well, I got them too. There isn't anything I wouldn't do for you. We stick together and see it through, 'cause you got a friend in me.
Okay, well, you can see we've got amazing educators out there. They're into risky play. You probably saw in the one scene on Canyon's back hill, they're riding Strider bikes. My heart almost popped out of my chest, but they're learning so much. It's amazing, and we can thank those teachers more. So I've been invited to so many birthday parties this year. It's amazing. So thank you. If you have any questions for me.
Thank you so much, Leanne. We'll go to Trustee Hodges here.
I just have a quick question around that Leader in Me learning curriculum. So it's a pilot project, and do you know what, you said 3 sites it's going to be at? Which sites have?
Well, right now, we're going to take all 3 sites will take the training. It's on character education mostly, so on sensory regulation and emotional regulation. So they're going to take the training from the Early Learning Center in Nanton, at A.V. Daly, and at Horace Allen and at Canyon. And Horace Allen is for sure going to pilot the program, and then the others are going to see how it fits into their programs after they take the training.
Awesome, thank you.
Sure. Any other questions or comments from our trustees? Oh, why we're feeding back. No? Okay. Well, thank you so much. We know that education definitely starts before kindergarten, and early intervention is such an important piece. So we're glad you're thriving in your new role, and we're excited to see some of these results coming out of this EYE and how that looks. And we're excited to see the future, and we appreciate you coming today.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Okay, we're jumping back again. How many times you could flip this paper over? Oh, it's not even on my paper. So we're going to item F1, the Alberta Teaching Profession Commission's Resolution Committee. This is a recommendation that the Board of Trustees form a standing committee consisting of 3 members, excluding the chair, to address concerns within their purview arising from the Alberta Teaching Profession Commission. Can I get someone to make this motion? Trustee Toon. And I will let you speak to that if you'd like to, or you don't have to.
Sure, thank you. I think it's key that we are responsive to the changing needs in legislation, and this is one thing in the province that has come up, and overseeing different things to do with discipline in teachers, as opposed to previously everything went through the ATA, and now anything, this will only be in our purview and pertaining to the superintendent. But I think it's really important that we're have this committee in place, not that where we don't know when it necessarily be needs, but similar to our discipline and our appeal committees, we have these standing committees when and if they are ever needed.
Thank you very much, Trustee Toon. Any questions or comments around this committee? Okay. Thank you very much for bringing this forward, Trustee Toon. Did you want to close on it? Okay. So the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees form a standing committee consisting of 3 members, excluding the chair, to address concerns within their purview arising from the Alberta Teaching Profession Commission, profession commissions, This is being moved by trustee Toon. All those in favor? Perfect. That is passed. Okay, we are going to take a 6-minute bio break. Oh,
Chair, just a matter of process. Do we want to do a motion arising similar to the other ones to populate this committee today at the end of our meeting, similar to the other
yes.
ones that we've done?
That's an excellent idea. So we would, trustee Toon is moving that we suspend the rules and consider creating this committee at the end of today's meeting. Perfect. We will take a 10-minute bio break and come back at 2:34. Thank you. All right, crew, we're getting there. Oh yeah, look, she took Greg's. Okay. Lori's offended. Yeah, me too. Okay, thank you, everybody. So we are going to move on to our discussion items, which are half done already, but we will start with G1. And in response to a notice of motion on April 24th, 2023, the Stavely Portable is a visible representation of the board's effectiveness, originally communicated as being available for students' use for the 2022-2023 school year. There have been significant delays to have it installed and operational. Without communication to the community, it reflects poorly on the board and it permits the generation of rumors and negative conversation. So, administration will provide an update regarding the Stavely Portable, including what the delays have been and an update on the status with the new estimated time for completion and occupation and the communication that has been or will be made to the schools and parents. So I will turn it over to Mr. Perry for that update.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Just as far as an update with regards to the completion of the modular unit in Stavely, I recently called and spoke with the architect. It's been a continuous dialogue in regards to following up on the the Stavely modular. The new timeline is tomorrow, but in talking with the architect, Wednesday is the final walkthrough. They anticipate that there's some deficiencies that need to be addressed already, and so but the mechanical engineer is coming up out on Wednesday as well to check the mechanical side of things, and so the contractor is indicating tomorrow that they'll be finished everything. The architect's not so sure that will be the case, that there'll be some deficiencies to deal with. Just as far as the rationale in regards to why it's taken so long, it really comes down to the contractor and the inability for the architect to get them out on a timely basis to follow up and complete the jobs that they have. We're left to wonder why that might be, but we understand that this contractor has done modulars for schools in Calgary and so forth, so they're familiar with that. But there's been messages that we're waiting on things, waiting on product and that kind of thing, and so we, assume that was the case. But it just continues to be something that has just drug out, and not for a lack of effort on the architects or the division's part as far as following up, but that's, I guess, the rationale as to why we're at where we're at. It was anticipated that they would be done much earlier. October would have been a realistic date as far as we're concerned, but where we're at now. So, yeah, I guess that's as much information as I have available.
Okay, any questions around this discussion item? Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
It was good earlier. What the heck? Thank you very much for the update. One question I did have was with regards to the pouring of the cement that was just outside, or this, is it cement? I don't know, it's a sidewalk, whether it's cement or concrete, whichever. The sidewalk, there was that ledge that had been causing some distress with students in the yard, which is only about 10 yards away from where the new modular is. Has it been fixed, or will it be fixed with this?
Yeah, I brought that to the attention of the facilities coordinator, and he was going to discuss it with at the time that they do the landscaping. So I should be clear that tomorrow is the completion of the modular, not the landscaping. They still have the landscaping to finalize out on the site. So the fence is still around. they anticipate that the fence would come down tomorrow and they would work on the landscaping going forward. So, but the timeline, as far as I was given, was for the modular unit itself. But of course, again, there'll be some deficiencies there. So I'll go back and look and see if they're going to complete that with regards to, at the same time as the landscaping for the modular. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or concerns around the Stavely portable? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Perry. We will move on to G4, admin procedures. Senior admin will share the proposed admin procedure changes with the Board of Trustee for information. We'll turn that over to Mr. Seguin.
Thank you very much. Yes, the first one here, if Nikki could pull that up with the track changes, admin procedure 206. You've had these to take a look at, but simply down at the bottom of this document there, the Education Act wording had changed, and so this is simply an update to be the exact words that are found in the Education Act under that one. And these, I should say, are were brought to administrators at their May admin council meeting. So I think that was May 2nd, and asked them, of course, to take it to their staff and school councils, and if they have any questions or changes, feedback, anything, that to pass that along by the end of this month. Admin procedure 259, off-campus activities. The main change here, well, two main changes. One is the safety guidelines for physical activity in Alberta schools. The reference that we go to now, the document is called SPHERES, School Physical Activity, Health and Education Resource for Safety. So that has been updated. And then later on in the document, it does mention our software program where we do keep track of accidents and near misses and that sort of thing, and that's Public School Works. On 261, high-risk field trips and activities. Mainly on this one, our OH&S officer did have a chance to go through the last admin procedure and this one. And in this one, the biggest change is that it is now able for administrators to be able to complete it online. And so it's a document where they can just check off the different areas and each of the types of activities, so green or approved activities, amber, and then red or prohibited activities, they can check off exactly like on the document itself, so they know what else needs to be done in order to have that sort of trip approved. I think that was mainly the ones there. There is a brand new admin procedure, and I'll ask Mr. Perry to speak to that. Admin procedure 568, school bus driver methodology for hourly calculations.
Yes. So this is a admin procedure that we put together along with when we were meeting with our Willow Creek School Bus Drivers Association and the Pincher Creek School Bus Drivers. Part of them are unionized, part of them are not. And so one of the things we did here is we put in admin procedure the methodology for hourly calculations. So not how they're paid, but how we determine the time based on the kilometers. And so we went through a very detailed process of identifying, the amount of speed that buses travel on gravel or on pavement or in town, or how much time they are required for inspections at before and after they drive and things of that nature, and came to calculation for hourly operation based on the number of kilometers that could be used uniformly across the jurisdiction for those two groups. And so why it's an admin procedure is it would not require us to, if there was additional things like COVID or something of that nature, where we would take into account that they have additional time required to, in their daily work, that we could make an adjustment without going through a collective bargaining process. So it's not to avoid that. We indicate at the bottom of this that we would potentially reach out to them when something comes up and there'd be a time to change. So yeah, we put it into admin procedure for those particular reasons, and that was Willow Creek school bus drivers were fine with that. So
Perfect.
the ability to make adjustments versus go into a collective bargaining process.
Perfect. Okay. Do any of the trustees have any questions around the changes that are being made to the admin procedures here? Okay. Thank you very much. We have discussion item G5, Nanton and Granham engagements. However, to my knowledge, there's been no update since our last meeting. Is that correct from both reps? So at this time, we are still waiting on meeting dates, and so we will go ahead and pass on that item for today, and looking forward to our update at our next meeting. So key messages from today. Go ahead, Trustee Long.
Do you want to have a discussion with your parent council about vaping in schools? And that we're going to have a presentation on it?
Did not pass.
Didn't pass? I thought it passed.
That item did not pass. Do you want to reconsider it and vote again, or just kidding? Go ahead, Trustee Toon.
I would propose our presentations as usual for sharing out. I know this month is hard because some of our councils aren't going to meet again, majority of them, but it's good to pass on the information and with the presentations, and also the budget approval, I think, is a key one.
Okay, so we have Livingston Leaders and Early Learning presentations, as well as budget approval. And go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
The ed plan.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was
perfect.
I
was like,
included
who's
that
gonna
with
say it?
presentations.
Yeah. So ed plan, and there we go. Okay. Go
Along
ahead.
with the budget, the annual report approval.
Yeah.
It's on there? Okay.
Yeah,
sorry.
you bet. Okay, perfect. Okay, we had some discussion around press release items, and so I just wanted to add this to our board meeting agendas in case at the end of the meeting there's anything anyone feels like we need to have a press release on, so that it's not just up to me or Greg. So is there anything from today's meeting that anyone would like to see a press release put out from the board on? Go ahead, Trustee Toon.
I think our items 2 and 3 would be
Yep.
great. 2 separate ones. That way, if they're needing extra content to share out, those are positive things to share to our communities.
Thank you. I agree. Okay. Anything else that we would like to see a potential press release item? Okay, seeing none at this time. We are going to, just before we move in camera, we will address the 3 committees and membership on them. Is that right? 3? Okay, perfect. Okay, so we will go to I guess this should be action item F12, right? And now we're jumping back to it, is that right? Because we just postponed them to the end of the meeting. They don't actually need an action item though, because we're not making a motion. Okay, we'll just do it. Okay, so it doesn't have to be an action item. Sorry about that. Okay, so, yep, go ahead, Trustee Toon.
Yeah, we will need a motion to approve the people that are, once they're put their names forward, whether that's a vote or not, but we'll also need potentially a balloting committee. Our usual Mr. Perry and Mr. Kuzik, I think, usually gets roped into that one too.
Okay. Okay, so we will make this action item F12. It will just be one action item to approve all of them, though. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't think
okay.
it matters. I just know we're really a bunch of keeners, so we're gonna get a lot of hands going up for all these. So.
Okay, so the first committee that we are going to, and just so everyone is aware, we redo these committees. So these members will sit on these committees until they're redone at the organizational meeting this fall. So, trustee timesheet and expense claim standing committee, which was to consist of 3 trustees, not including the chair, as ex officio. And we agreed that the chair should not sit on this one. Is that right? No. The chair could sit on this one. Yes. The chair won't sit on the Alberta Teaching Profession Commission. Okay, perfect. Okay, so all those who would be interested in sitting on the trustee timesheet and expense claims standing committee, please indicate with your raised hand. Yeah. If you want. Okay, so there's 4 of us. We'll just go around and say why we would like to or think we'd be a good fit, and then we will vote. And you can put up to 3 names down on your voting sheet. So we'll just go alphabetically. Carla. By last name. We'll go alphabetically by last name.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So, well, I've been very vocal about there being different opinions or interpretations of the policy that we have. So I think that me standing in this committee would probably be good to show that there are other ways that the policy could be considered, and at least until we get the policies nailed down in black and white the way that they should be. I have experience in my background's in finance, so that's where my experience with regards to looking at expense sheets would come in. I don't know.
Perfect. Thank you. Trustee Long?
I think that I would be fair, just, and reasonable in making the rulings about the timesheets.
Trustee Poitras? I think that to sit on this committee, you've got to have flexibility because you never know if the end of the month is going to be in the middle of the week, or, and I have time available and can make these meetings happen and make time to look over the timesheets and expense claims and get this done in a timely manner. I have also been doing it with Mr. Perry, and have been very frustrated with the process, and so I would like to be a part of the committee to help iron those things out and get it as just a quick, easy standing committee that does this job every month, and it's not a headache anymore. Trustee Toon?
Thank you. Yeah, I've been a part of a number of different groups that use different process, so I think that gives a unique perspective on this. Also, because I'm involved with a lot of other trustee things, I know my timesheets are significantly different than the others, and a lot of times doing less hours because I'm involved with other stuff. So just in a way of saving a step of work and having to explain to a committee of 3 people why my timesheets are different than everyone else, I think it might be a good idea to volunteer to be on the committee.
Thank you. Okay, so you can write up to 3 names down. You can just write their last name or first name and fold it, and Mr. Perry will collect them. And Mr. Cusick with his little box will come and collect them.
Point of order? I guess. I'm going to call it a point of order. I'd like to withdraw my name and put it in for consideration for PSBA instead.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I had my hand up first, and I want to withdraw my name.
So, what? Okay. So,
I think.
Yeah, I think, she said it first, so we're gonna let her withdraw her name. And I'm the what? What'd you say? I'm the worst? You're like, you're the worst. Okay. So the trustees on that will be Trustee Poitras, Trustee Toon, and Trustee Long. The next committee is an ad hoc committee to explore the cost of PSBA. Nikki just guessed and put 2 members on there, but we did not decide that. We just said to create an ad hoc committee. Is everyone comfortable with 2? Yeah. Okay. Anyone who would like to put their name forward? Okay. So we have Trustee Yegas and Trustee Gimber. Perfect. Thank you both. No vote necessary for that one. Okay. Thank you both for putting your names forward. Alberta Teaching Professional Commission Resolution Committee to have 3 members excluding the chair. Is there anyone who would be interested in putting their name forward for this? Okay, we have Trustee, okay. So we have Trustee Toon, Trustee Gimber, Trustee Hodges, and Trustee Yegas. All putting their name forward. So you actually can't put them in those spots yet. So we will just go through and you can say why you feel you would be best suited for this. And we will go alphabetically. Trustee Gimber.
Is this on? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so a resolution committee. In my past, I've been in a managerial position with lots of HR exposure. So resolution is part of it. It's a big part of it. So I think that my inexperience in the education world could be an asset in this sense, because my view would be from a different world, a completely different world than the education world.
Perfect, thank you, Trustee Gimber. We'll go to Trustee Hodges.
Thank you. I think I can bring a lot of knowledge to this committee. I have chaired the zone, which is 10 boards, worked with them. I've also vice chair there. I've been a board chair before in the past. I've been a trustee now for a long time, over 10 years now, something like that. I think I bring a lot of knowledge to this, and I have the time to commit to that. I am very focused when it comes to doing things and getting them done. And I feel like this needs some strong people on this committee, and I feel like I can be one of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hodges. Trustee Toon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think my experience as a trustee would be an asset in this. Having been a former board chair and board of directors, served on a lot of external things, and served on appeal committees and things that have a lot of confidential information and dealing with a lot of legal issues related things. So I think that would be a big asset to serving on this committee.
Thank you. Trustee Yegas?
I think my years of experience, not only as a teacher but as an administrator, have given me a good background into a lot of these areas, plus the years I've had my experience on the board. And not only that, my experience on groups outside, on boards outside, which has given me the knowledge and experience that I can work with and know what's going on in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now vote. You can write up to 3 names on the paper. Okay, oh, I didn't have this on. Is that okay? Okay, we have a motion to destroy the ballots made by trustee Toon, and that is carried. Okay, perfect. As we have no further items in camera, trustee Long. Right, we're still at item F12. Okay, we have a motion on the floor that reads as follows. The Board of Trustees approve the following trustee committee membership. in the trustee timesheet and expense claim standing committee consisting of 3 trustees, not to include chair as ex officio, we will have trustee Poitras, trustee Toon, and trustee Long. The ad hoc committee to explore the cost of PSBAA will consist of trustee Gimber and trustee Yegas. And the Alberta Teaching Profession Commission Resolution Committee, to consist of 3 members excluding the chair, will consist of trustee Toon, trustee Gimber, and trustee Hodges. Can I get someone to make this motion? Trustee Hodges? Any discussion around them? Okay, this is a motion being made by trustee Hedges, and all those in favor? That is carried. Okay, we have our key messages and our potential press release items. We do not have any in camera even now. And so at 3:13, can I get a motion that the Board of Trustees vote in favor of the meeting being adjourned at 3:13? Trustee Gimber, all in favor? Perfect. Thank you very much. We did it. 13 minutes is not that bad, okay? We did good. I know, but the morning in camera was supposed to be shorter, right?